Alright, get the stream all started here. Just need to make our tweaks now that for some reason we can't do things based off of pre-created. So we're just going to go through, we're going to do whatever it is we need to do to get this all set up real quick. Go to gaming. Put Albion Online in here. Save all that. Should be good to go. And then once we get everything in there, then we can get started playing again. Come on, there we go. Perfect. Alright. So today it's really just about speccing up the old spear again, getting ourselves into Brazilian, and just trying to get ourselves moved forward. I definitely want to go ahead and just go to Brazilian. We've got less than 48 hours now with our premium status. So, well, maybe more like right at 45 or 48 hours with our premium status. And we want to get all the way to that 28 million silver that we need to buy premium. Almost 29 million silver by the time that ends, which may or may not be possible. Typically, when you do something in this game, if you're trying to make currency, usually at very high efficiency, your expectations should be to make about 1 million silver an hour. So, you know, if you have really high gathering, for example, there are lots of videos out about people making, you know, between 1 and 1.2 million silver an hour, you know, farming hide or whatever. So that's usually about the expectation when it comes to PvP activities that involve gaining silver. So that means that I would sort of have to spend the remainder of the next 2 days to try and make that 29 mil. I'm not anywhere near being able to do anything at any sort of high efficiency. So we might not make it in that 3 days. We will see. Maybe we'll have some good luck. And if we don't make it, then we might throw a couple of dollars down, get the 7-day or something like that, and we'll see. Or maybe we'll just keep grinding without until we make it. I do prefer to play this game without spending any money on it. Just makes me feel better about myself. You know what I just realized? Is even though I changed... Hang on. Even though I changed this stuff on the Twitch, I bet you it still says Brighter Shores, doesn't it? It does say Brighter Shores. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and change that. I did do a little bit of Brighter Shores when it launched at about 4 o'clock in the morning. And while the game is good for what it is, right, as a RuneScape style game, it is very good. That's just not the style of game I'm interested in playing. So I will likely not be doing very much Brighter Shores. Or any Brighter Shores, probably. It's just not my style of gameplay. It's not active enough. You know, the combat and stuff is very stand there and watch your character do combat. I like to, you know, be playing games like this where I am actively making my character fight. Actively using skills, making decisions moment to moment about the best way to complete a situation. And that's just not really the Brighter Shores gameplay. I mean, I guess it's a little bit. You know, you do have to make decisions in Brighter Swords. You do have skills. You have multiple weapons. You can do a little bit of moving around. It's all just very subdued, it seemed like. And so it just doesn't seem like it's going to be the game for me personally. I think it is a good game. It seems well designed. I did enjoy playing the game for a little while, just giving it that try. But it's just a different style of game. I imagine it is going to be fairly popular. I do like the isometrics. You know, I do like, for example, Albion Online style of gameplay, where I see things from the top and I move around with my mouse. And, you know, my skills are on my keyboard instead of my movement being on my keyboard. Typical WASD MMO key schemes tend to be too much for me. Right, I have a hard time clicking the keys. And so I like... Ooh. Strange. So I like being able to use mouse movement and not having to worry so much about, you know, using WASD and then also clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for my skills, and then also clicking, you know, F1 through something to use my potions, and then also clicking, you know, all this other stuff. Being able to use UWER for my skills, and then, you know, 1, 2, 3 for my potions and stuff. Just, it feels better in the hand to be just making those direct movements up and down on a row instead of having to have your fingers staggered and then, you know, move things in kind of a wonky way. I don't know. It's just easier for me, and I like it. Oh, run? Why are you running? But yeah, we're gonna kill these things and open these chests and do the things. See, that person's at almost 1400, so they could just kick my butt if they wanted to. Which is pretty unfortunate. We're still at a pretty low IP, right? We're at 942 average. So we have to be careful. It's not like it really matters if I die out here. And I have been fighting quite a bit, even in the non-lethal zone, because it is fun to get a little practice in, you know, fight some people. This is not the same person. See, that person's only 905. I think I'm gonna go mess with him. Get back over here. Okay, well, they don't want to fight with me. But I always take the opportunity to fight anybody within a couple hundred IP of me. Because if you don't fight when it doesn't matter, you put yourself in a pretty bad position when it does matter, of just not having the practice, of not knowing your character well enough, of not being familiar with what kind of damage and stuff you're going to take, right? Because even if you've played the game a lot, if you're not constantly testing your build, looking at, how your build is stacking up in PvP, and how much damage are you taking from certain weapons, how much damage are you taking from certain skills, stuff like that, then you start to lose your memory of what those things are. And that's not, you don't want to be caught off guard, right? You don't want to be in a PvP situation and then be finding out, oh, that skill really hurts. So it's very important that if you intend to PvP at all in lethal areas, that you go ahead and do some PvP in non-lethal areas just for the sake of... Oops, sorry, I banged my microphone stand there. Just for the sake of keeping yourself fresh, reminding yourself what that PvP looks like. Let's see. Let's go to stats here. Let's check out our Brazilian. So we got 27 out of 50k. We did a little work on this yesterday after the stream was over pretty late. I just got a bug and decided to play a little more. And so hopefully we should be able to hit the Brazilian today. Shouldn't be a problem. And then we'll just keep grinding it out. Do I have the ability to get this? I think it's just a small one. Let's see if I can get this. Yeah, we definitely can. Because I just want to open up this chest here. Just want to open as many chests as I can because you have no way to know what's going to be in the chest before you open it. So what tier is it going to be? So I just got a green one there, but it could have been a purple, right? I could have gotten tens of thousands of silver out of that. This has been a pretty big bust for me, this whole zone. I really haven't gotten anything, just a little bit of fame, which I guess is fine. I need the fame. Let's go over here. Let's open up another mist here. Whoops. There we go. Getting back on your mount helps you reset aggro. So if for some reason you get a bunch of aggro you don't want, just jump back up on your mount. You should be able to reset it. I'm gonna go check back here. I don't think there's anything back here. I think it's down here. There's probably one in the center, but since I'm in this corner, I just want to make sure and check. It doesn't look like there's anything. So we're gonna head down to the bottom right, because I think that's the big one. And then we'll come over here, there's something here, and then we'll check in there, and then we'll check back here. That'll just kind of be the path we take to see. Usually there's stuff in each of the corners, or at least that's where you'll typically find things, is in the corners. So it's a good idea to just go run around and check those corners, and then you're going to look for, these structures, which they could be cliffs, they could be ruins, they could be all kinds of stuff. But the thick outlines here are kind of what you're looking for when you're looking to try and find where these little fortresses and stuff are, so that you can get these chests. They also could be areas where you're going to get more resources. They could be all kinds of different stuff. But accidentally dodged that. It was definitely not on purpose. That's okay. Accidents are worth it. Just gonna check something here real quick. Alright, good deal. Just gotta make sure that my stream is actually showing up. Because I've been having a problem with that lately. Where my YouTube stream just doesn't show up in the search, like, at all. But I think I figured out what was causing the problem. I don't know why my restream program is having a problem, or why YouTube is having a problem with my restream program, or whatever the issue happens to be. I don't know exactly what it is. Something about creating streams before I actually go live, and then just going live on the scheduled stream has been really jacking up my YouTube stuff, which is too bad because I like being able to schedule the streams, even if I only schedule them like 5 minutes in advance, because then I can use the low latency. For some reason I'm having trouble. I can't change the latency after the stream has started, but there's no option to select the latency when I start the stream. So, I don't know what the hell's going on. But I don't like it. Well, that person's only 672, huh? So I'm gonna leave that person alone, because I'm, 300 ahead of them. And I don't like it when people 300 ahead of me kill me. I'm just gonna leave that person be. Because they're gonna die to the enemies anyway. There's a really big problem in PvP video games. The goal is to advance your character as much as possible. And while killing that person probably wouldn't have helped me advance my character, if we were in a lethal zone, killing that person would absolutely have helped me advance my character. And so while there aren't very many people out there who think that that's not rude, right? Even people who do it all the time would agree that killing a person who's extremely weak compared to you is a fairly rude thing to do. But the point that they would make, and the point that most people would make, and the reason why, full loot, always on PvP MMOs kind of have a hard time bringing in people who don't already really like the niche, is because your goal is your character's advancement. Right? It is your responsibility to advance your character, not your responsibility to play nice with everybody else. And so, when you have situations where I could easily take advantage of that person to advance my character by killing them, even if it's a small advancement, right? Killing them isn't very hard. And so, why wouldn't I do it? Right? Even if I only make 30 or 40k, or even less, even if I only make 10k. I'm not risking anything from my perspective, and I'm just gaining. So if I have an opportunity to kill somebody who's, half my IP in a full loot zone, then I sort of owe it to myself to do it. Because that's going to be advancement, just free advancement. It would be like if there were 10,000 silver just laying on the floor and I didn't pick it up. Like, that's stupid. Why wouldn't you just pick it up? This is the portal. I thought it might be. So we'll see. There definitely needs to be a change in the way that these hardcore PvP MMOs go about setting up their systems. Because as they stand now, they are extremely toxic by design. And so we talk a lot about players being toxic, and we put a lot of the onus on the players to, don't attack people who are way weaker than you. Well, why would I not do that? What's the point? Right? I don't know that person, so I don't care about their enjoyment of the game. Especially if not attacking them is directly inhibiting my growth. But I'm losing out on potential growth by not attacking them. So why are we blaming the individual players for being toxic when the game not only has the ability to be toxic? Hey, what's up, Mr. Blighted? Nice to see a new name in the chat. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. I'm doing fantastic today, how are you? Decent. Good deal. Where did my chest go? Oh, there it is. Playing Arena with Hellfire build. Nice. You know, I've actually never played Arena in this game. I'm not really a big fan of Arena PvP. It's just not my cup of tea. But, you know, that's why I like games like this. They have lots of different stuff to do. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's fun for you, it's fun for you. You should do it, for sure. Albion has a lot of different PvP systems. I mean, you've got arenas, you've got Hellgates, you've got Lethal Mists, you've got the Black Zone, you've got Zerg vs. Zerg stuff. You've got so many different ways. I just do tons of damage, then get chased away and come back. Nice. I do no damage, get chased away, come back, and then get killed usually when I PvP, so... Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing. Hey, you don't have to know what you're doing, right? You're supposed to be learning what you're doing. That's why you play. Is to learn. But that is a pretty big problem that I have also in Albion, is I have a really hard time hitting the targets, right? Clicking on my targets. Especially when I'm playing around my mount. I feel like I just constantly am trying to remount my mount all the time. Drives me insane. Why are all of these chests green? This is turning into a real problem. I'm not making any currency. Oh, so you're having trouble identifying who you should be targeting, not. That makes sense. Yeah, that's just an experience thing. If they take a lot of damage, I have found them. There you go. Yeah, that's just going to be an experience thing. I think a lot of people also wear chest armors that are outside of their normal equipment because that's the one that you see the most of. Nice. I got over 100k fame in books just from a few arena games in the lowest rank. Oh wow. I didn't realize that arenas gave so much fame. Is that from the new journal system, or? The new journal system makes starting new characters in this game feel so good. I have thoroughly enjoyed my experience with this character because of the journals, because you just get... That would be really cool. I would probably play a lot more arena if it was actually a mobile style, MOBA style. And, you know, you had like creeps and stuff like that. Ooh, we got a blue chest. Give me those goods. Give me those good goods. Hey, 24K in there. Good deal. Good deal. It's got to be pretty rough, especially if you're a new player on a new account. Have you leveled up all of your specs on all of your staffs, all of your fire staffs? Or do you only have 100 spec in your primary staff? I'm not really familiar with Arena. Does Arena cap your IP? So everybody kind of goes in there equal? Or is it an uncapped IP fight? That person's way stronger than me. That person's not way stronger than me. If they dismount, I'm gonna fight them. Where you at, bud? Why you run away? Why are you running? That's too bad. I totally would have fought that person. Bummer. If you're in bat mode when you die with Hellspawn, you respawn with a little bit of your HP depending on your changes. Oh, is the Hellfire Staff one of the shapeshifter staffs? I thought Hellfire Staff was a fire staff. I've actually never used any of the staff weapons. None of the life staffs or nature staffs or whatever. I don't really play ranged at all. I typically play tank in MMOs, but there's not really a tank unless you're doing expeditions in Albion. So I've been playing just lots of sort of melee bruiser types. Our healer seems to be getting hated on. We're dying. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do in Arena. You're in a multi-person PvP fight, and the other team has a healer. You gotta kill the healer. Should always be your first target. The longer a healer is alive, ultimately the more enemies you have to fight. Oh, your team is hating your own healer. Well, that's not nice. You should never hate on your own teammates. Don't even make no sense. They're on your team. Even if they only heal you once, that's more health than you would have had otherwise. It's just silly. They hate on them. This person, 1380. Gosh darn it, there's no way I'm going to be able to fight them. Ah well, what are you going to do about it? Fireball teleported you into 4 people? How does a fireball teleport you? Yeah, 1 or 2 people just gave up because fuck healer. Okay, well that's really mature. Really mature. It's funny that people like that don't realize that they're the reason that people are bad at those games. Right? If you would just shut your mouth and stop talking shit to your own freaking teammates, then your teammate would play better. If I have charges and throw out a fireball, I can teleport to it. Oh, that's cool. I was unaware of that. Because I've never played the Hellfire Staff before. Never, ever. There are so many weapons in this game. So many. You have to spend thousands and thousands of hours to play them all. And have any sort of proficiency with them. Ooh, nice. Nightfall Abbey. What's up? I love Nightfall Abbey. Dang. That's expensive. Oh, nice. Drop me right here. With the double rewards one. That's awesome. Level 47 with the helmets. Nice. Level 28 specifically with the helmet that I'm wearing. We got a long way to go to spec these up. All the way. But we're gonna get there. It's just gonna take some time. Yeah, most shapeshifter weapons are expensive. It's either 70 to 80k or 150 or so. Yeah, it's because of the fact that you have to go and do the actual tracking or whatever. So it just makes them more expensive by default because there's so much danger involved with that. Alright, got our buff. Ooh, got a little chest here. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, if it's fun to use, it's fun to use. You should use it. I keep getting killed by people using the werewolf transformation. It's extremely popular. lot of my fights have been against people using the werewolf transformation. And it is tough to fight. But I do like the transforming weapons. I think they're pretty fun. I think it was a good add to the game. I think adding a new gathering skill, a new life skill, where you had to go and do the tracking, I think that was a really good add. I think it's an interesting mechanic. I don't do very much of it. But, you know, they're adding variety to some of the things that you can do with the game, and I think that's important. Variety keeps more players more active. And that's really what you need with an MMO game. Now, if crafting was a little more interesting, then we'd be really good to go. Aw, no chest. What a bummer. A learning point was reached. Ooh. Somebody already got this one. Looks like I'm on the trail. I'm gonna run up here because right in the middle here is another spot where you can get like a double reward. I want Pulse Shock, but you need level 70 on Shapeshifter for it. Hey, Mr. Blighted, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel more officially. What is Pulse Shock? Is that the skill? Is that what you're talking about? I wonder where that person went that I passed by the thing that they had opened earlier. Did they leave? Or are they still kind of behind me now? Like clearing out all the side areas? I'm not really sure. I feel like I'm gonna get run up on though. Thankfully this is not a lethal zone. That's funny. I have been responding to pretty much everything you've said. Pretty funny that you've got me muted. Normally it's the other way around. I have a really bad habit of hitting mute. Because, you know, I like need to clear my throat or something like that, so I'll mute myself. And then I forget to unmute myself and I'll be talking. Nobody can hear me because I'm just talking to myself. Pretty funny. It's alright though. I would mute me if I was you too. Sometimes I go back and I listen to my VODs, or you know, if I'm editing something for YouTube or something like that, I just I know it's a really common thing, and I know everybody feels this way, but I hate the sound of my voice. It drives me insane to do those edits. Drives me insane. Ooh, a chest. Ooh. And it's already available to be open. I appreciate that. And I mean, I think you're right. I don't think my voice is a problem, but it's just a personal thing. I mean, I've been doing since I was a little kid. When I was in the 5th grade, I used to do the announcements at my elementary school. And, then when I was in middle school, I did the cliche AV club thing where you do the news broadcast for the school or whatever. I was a part of that. And so I've done a lot of stuff in my life that required me to record the sound of my voice in my entire life. I've just never liked the sound of my voice on recordings. But it's fairly common, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. There will be a bandit assault in 15 minutes. What region do you play on, Lighted? Your voice does sound like one of the announcer or news reporter or something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's been cultivated over years and years and years. EU, okay. I did start on the EU servers when they first popped off. I did play over there for a few months just to get that new server experience. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It was interesting to see the markets in a fresh state. I am, however, back over on the Americas servers now. Or server, I guess. There's only one. Man, I haven't gotten like any chests out of these. This has been depressing. So depressing. Let me out. You have no right to shut me in. Always gotta use some type of speed buff on boots when on Hellspawn, so if you respawn, you can run away. I mean, you gotta use some sort of speed buff on boots, always. No matter what class you are. When it comes to PvP games like this, especially, but really any fantasy game, speed is kind of the king stat. And that was proven pretty thoroughly way back when Path of Exile first launched, and they started doing some of their first updates. They started adding a lot of speed to a lot of stuff in Path of Exile. I don't think they understood how powerful speed was for, dodging hits and just getting through the maps quickly and getting more loot per time. And so, there's been a really big speed meta in Path of Exile for a really long time. But the same thing is always going to be true here. In Albion Online, if you have an opportunity to increase your speed, that stat is more valuable than pretty much any other stat you can get in this game. Because moving faster is a way to mitigate 100% of an ability's damage. And there is a threshold where even if the player that you're fighting activates the ability directly on you, right, the faster you move, the more time you have to react, because your movement counts for more. So you have, seconds worth of time to react that you maybe didn't have before. Ooh, nice, a boss. Let's kill this fool. because now instead of needing to react instantaneously, or you're gonna die because, you know, the skill is gonna hit you, you now have this ability to react more slowly and move faster to get out of the range of an ability. What is this? Oh, he just sucks me in. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, that was a close one. Holy cow. And all I got was a green chest out of it. With 12,000 silver. What a bummer. What a bummer. What have I gotten over here? What did I complete? Travel 100,000 or 100 kilometers? And what do I get for it? A wardrobe skin. Ooh. Ooh. I don't actually care about my skins at all, but they're nice to have. But yeah, any ability to mitigate the entirety of an ability's damage by simply dodging the entire ability. By moving out of the way. Just makes for, you know, one of the most powerful forms of defense you could possibly get. So speed is definitely king. And that's why when you play, you know, you see all of the really good players, and I'm not calling myself a really good player, I just try and emulate them as much as possible. You know, they're constantly trying to move in between every attack. And they often, when they're in PvP, will forego hitting somebody with a basic attack, even though their basic attack timer has completed, so that they can continue moving to try and dodge whatever their next ability is that they think they're going to be using. 26k. Because it's more important to keep moving and try and avoid that attack than it is to try and get a small attack off with an auto attack. Okay, oh, we're almost through here. So let's go ahead and open up this will-o-wisp. And just go through. What do we got? Ooh, we've got almost a little over 100k in here. Is our estimated value. That's nice. My satchel sucking up my silver right now, but that's fine. Because I want that to happen. Because I would rather have no silver and level up my equipment and get these first sets of equipment up to 100 spec instead of, you know, keeping my silver and not having 100 spec. So we're trying to spec up as quickly as we can here. We were at 28 when we started. I think I'm at 31 or 32 now. So we're still going pretty slow, and it's only going to slow down from here. But we're just going to keep plugging away at it. Need to break out my mount here in case somebody who's way higher than me decides to try and fight me or something. So I can run the hell away. I actually think that dodging PvP attacks in this game is one of the reasons that I like the spear so much, because its attack happens so quickly that it's not terribly easy to dodge. And I don't like getting dodged because I'm not very good at predicting where people are going to go and what people are going to do. I think I can fight this person. Oh yeah, oh no, they're 560. I'm not going to kill them. Because we're not in a lethal area, if we were in a lethal area, I would totally kill that person. Because even if their stuff isn't worth very much, it's worth something, and the kill would be fairly easy. But since we're in a non-lethal area, and killing them isn't going to benefit me in any way. Jeez, oh, that guy's 1600. He's 3 times the power of the person that I just let go. And he's almost double my power. Too strong. No way I would be able to fight that person. But I got my chest. So let's go get it. What tier chest is it? Is it a green chest? It is a green chest. Ain't that about a biznatch? That person got way too comfortable. Like, I'm not gonna chase you down and try and kill you. But did you really just dismount right next to me? That is not gonna serve that person well when they get into the lethal PvP areas. They're gonna think that people are gonna be nice and just let them go if they're way behind an IP. I'm gonna go up here because I think there's probably another zone up here. And they're gonna dismount right next to somebody, and that person is gonna nuke the shiznit out of them. And they're gonna get really mad because they're not gonna understand. Always gotta be careful. What are we at in our standing here? Hey, 3,500. We're moving up pretty quick. Just 15k to go. And then we'll be able to go to Brycillion, which is very important. I'm going to spend probably most of my time in Brycillion. I really like the mists, and as a streamer, they're just really useful to me because, you know, you can't be stream sniped and stuff in there. Not that my viewership is really high enough to have to worry about being stream sniped. Hopefully that changes. I do want to have high enough viewership that I have to worry about it. So we'll see. That's the goal. That's the plan. What's that person at? 1,300 and something? Just come over here. Don't think that there are any more areas for me to clear here. Maybe one down here. But I'm not going to worry about looking. I'm just going to move on to the next zone here. Just going to move on to the next zone. We're going to see what we can do. I'm gonna kill this glowy person. Why not, you know? Worth more fame. Whoops. Might as well do it. And another one. $5K fame. That's nice. That's real nice. When you're doing these little points of interest out here, because it's based on how much fame you're getting. I'm having a really hard time. This is the problem, is I can't click on anybody. That person's 1900 IP. They're trying to get the dismount. They're trying to get dismounted by enemies so that they can kill me at 1900 IP when I'm only 900. What a freaking clown. What are you even doing out here at 1900 IP? What a clown. Whatever. I figured that was gonna happen. And I could have just left and gone somewhere else. But because, you know, it's a non-lethal area, I can just go right back into the mists and it doesn't really matter. So that's fine. I'm not totally sure what that person was thinking, or why they felt the need. Okay, I don't think I can sell this, doesn't look like. So I guess we're just gonna use it. Because why not? Use that. Let's use up all these non-sellable. I'm gonna sell the Fame Tome that is actually sellable. But I'm just gonna use up all these non-sellable ones. Because why not? Might as well get the fame out of the way here. Overall cloth boots level 53. That's nice. Shouldn't be passing up any of these rough stones. The regular stone is worth so much. If I see one, I should just be grabbing them whenever I notice. Worth a couple hundred per tier 1 stone that you pick up. I kind of wanted to fight that glowy person, but I had too many things trying to attack me. Not that I couldn't have won the fight, but it would have been obnoxious and not worth it. Nice. Lots of XP. I say XP. Lots of fame. Ooh, that was a red one. An enchanted mist. Ooh, nice. Glowy people. Eat another fishy here. Bump up my energy. Is anybody in the chat currently playing the Ashes of Creation beta? Does anybody have that Phase 1 access? How long have I been playing Albion Online for? I've played about 1,000 hours of Albion Online over the course of its lifetime. So I haven't really played a ton at any given time. You know, I kind of bounce in for a little while and then bounce out. The thing that always gets me about Albion is sort of the unfairness of its PvP. This is a brand new character. I've only got about 10 hours on this character right here, and I deleted all of the characters in my account. So I only had 3 gold on this account when I started this character. So it's, I mean, just straight up a fresh start, because I wanted to see, you know, how is the new experience with the journal, and, you know, what does it feel like to start an account now in Albion Online? Because I think a lot of the changes that they've made recently have been really good. The dungeons are a little harder than they used to be, the solo dungeons, so they're more equivalent to your power at any given tier. You know, I've got a 6.2 spear right now, and I was actually having trouble getting through tier 7 dungeons with mostly 5.1 gear, which was crazy. So I want to do massive AoE and be annoying as fuck. Yeah, so you have an opportunity, since you've only been playing for a little while, to sort of switch a lot. Oh, I've already looted this. Then why am I still killing things? I'm an idiot, that's the problem. You know, in the future, switching weapons is maybe going to cause you a little bit of problem because of the way item power works in this game. You know, you're going to want to grow the item power of your full set by tiering up everything within that item set. So, for example, I'm going to be playing spears, so I'm using the base spear right now. But in the future, I'm going to want to tier up all of these spears because they have this stat right here that does that +2 bonus. So since you're pretty early in your path, it's probably not a big deal to switch. Is the rootbound staff, is it also a shapeshifter staff, or is it different? I don't even know what that item is. I assume it's a staff, but I've never used it. Like I said, I really just don't use any of the magic weapons in this game. I'm very much a melee fighter. If it's another shapeshifter staff, then you're in a good spot because you can just make the transition no problem. So if it's if it's another shapeshifter staff, then I would say just get your Hellfire all the way up to 100 spec, and then once you're at 100 spec, you need to move you need to move to another item anyway, because you don't want to stagnate at 100 spec on your weapon, because if you do that, then all of the fame that you're gaining isn't really benefiting all the fame that you're gaining isn't really benefiting. Well, what a bunch of trash cans. They are not good at this game. They should have never let me get that far. But whatever. Yeah, but so the way it works, and I'm sure you probably know this, but I'm going to explain it anyway, is, each one of these weapons gives a plus 0.2 bonus to item power for all spears. So even though I'm using this spear right now, if I had 100 spec in this spear, then I would be getting plus 20 item power when I was using this spear. And so the same thing is going to be true of your transformation staffs. So if you get your Hellfire up to 100 spec, then you're just going to end up stagnating there. So if you want to make a switch within the same class of weapons, then any benefit that you've gained on your previous weapon is actually going to help your new weapon anyway. So if you want to make that switch, I say absolutely go for it. Is this a person from another faction? It is. I forgot that I was flagged. I actually need to go back to town and repair my gear and stuff. So yeah, if you want to go to a route and do the big old AoE stuff, that's what you've already done is actually still going to benefit you. But that don't matter at all. You should definitely make that switch. For sure, for sure. And if you decide you don't like that staff, then that's fine. Pick a different one. Or that shapeshifter item or whatever. I call them staffs. I don't think the shapeshifter items are all staffs. I just got eaten by a bear in the arena. Oh, ouch. Gruesome. Fucking bears, man. Who wants to get eaten by a bear? Nobody. It's these freaking werewolves that get me, man. All the freaking time. Mr. Bitches. Wow. Just wow.
Have a look.
There are all my stuff here. Sell these boots. Sell this cape. I love Fort Sterling. For sure, for sure. I like all the cities, though. They've all got their own quaint little charms. I really just like this game in general. There are a couple of tweaks that I would personally make to the guild and PvP system, because I think guilds being able to run PvP is a really bad game design. and just leads to a lot of negativity and toxicity. And so I would like to see some changes in that area. But other than that, I'm a pretty big fan.
Made a profit?
Use those. Use that. Use that. Nice. Now that I'm in level 50, I believe that I can use tier 7 gear. Let's see. Nope, gotta get to level 60 to use tier 7. Bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. And then all the way to 100 to use tier 8. What a joke. But now we just gotta get back out there. Go do some more of this. $13,000 more fame or reputation. Not fame, definitely reputation. So we'll get our 13,000 more reputation, and then go to Brazilian, and then go back to just trying to level up, fame up our spear as much as possible. Oh, I forgot to repair my gear. I'm such a dum-dum. That's why I went back to town. Holy shnikes. Ouchie. This is just a tree cutting area. Lots of trees around. Ooh, something sold. My Adept's bag. Nice. Ooh. Nightfall Abbey. This doesn't really help me gain reputation for Brycelian, but I don't care. Nightfall Abbey is ridiculously fun. And I want to do it. So I'm gonna. We're gonna do just like we did last time. We're gonna look for the places where there's double rewards. And we're just gonna go into those areas, kill those areas, and run around in a big old circle. Which should help us find any chests. And also any people that there might be to kill. And we'll just look for some people of our approximate power. And if we can find some, then we'll fight them. Having some trouble finding... I think it'll be in this room here. Alright. Give me chests. Or not. That's fine too. Be a buttface. I don't even care. The only thing that really matters is finding some people to kill. I haven't gotten to do nearly enough PvP with people of about my power level today. Yesterday, we were actually finding quite a few people down in the non-lethal mists that were pretty close to my power level, and I was really enjoying fighting them. We got quite a few kills. I really feel like I did pretty well yesterday in the PvP arena. I didn't win every fight that I probably could have won, but I won quite a few. Felt pretty good about it. And the ones that I didn't win, I feel like they were pretty close. I had a pretty good understanding of how the fight went, and maybe what I could have done differently. So that's important. Especially in a game that's as established as Albion Online is. You know, the game's been going on for years and years and years now. And so the average player is just a lot better than they would have been when the game first launched. And this is going to be true even on the Europe servers, because a lot of the people on the Europe servers were playing on the Americas server when the game first launched. But you know, a lot of things have just been figured out in this game. So there's a pretty huge burden of knowledge for matchups, for understanding what the skills do, for a lot of stuff like that. And if you don't have that knowledge, ooh, a chest. Doesn't come up for 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and clear some of these areas right around here, since I have to wait for 2 minutes anyway because I want that chest. But I really just want treasure coffers in here. I don't really care so much about the little boons that they give you. You know, they're not terribly useful unless you're actually going to end up fighting somebody in here. And since this isn't a lethal zone, it doesn't really matter if I survive an encounter or not. But I'd rather just be getting loot because I'm not going to drop any of it. If I were in a lethal abbey, then I'd be really excited to be getting boons because, you know, that's going to help you not die if you encounter somebody and really make the difference. You know, if you encounter somebody of your same item power, then you want to have those boons to kind of sway things in your area, or sway things in your area, sway things in your favor. Sometimes my brain just stops braining. And I say the most ridiculous things. Seriously, no chests yet? Come on, game. Give me the loots. I need them loots. Hey, and we're open. What do we get? Ooh. Ooh. Tier 8 cowl. That's worth a pretty penny. That's the highest tier item I've found so far. That's great. I'm very excited. Let's go over and see what this other chest might give. Oop. 1200 power. I'm probably going to fight this person over this chest. They're likely going to beat me because I'm a little over 200 power below them. But it is possible to win this fight. What are they rocking? Max shield. This is all just about creating space and not allowing them to heal. And not allowing them to chip away at my hits. Dang. I got in there too hard. Okay. Good fight. Good fight. We played that really well super early. And then I got a little, I don't know, got a little squirrely. We messed it up. Might have had that person if I'd have dashed out of that big bomb. That's too bad. That's too bad. Oh, now this other person's gonna come get him. Everybody's shapeshifters now. Oh, I got killed by PvP. So I got, or PvE, not PvP. So I gotta sit here and wait to come back to life. How obnoxious. While I'm waiting on this, I'm gonna go ahead and go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we back. Talk about timing. Those nerds were trying to kill me. That's not nice at all. Like, I don't have enough problems in this game with other players trying to kill me. I gotta deal with these opportunistic NPCs too. What's up with that? What is up with that? Alright, we got this one all done. Over to this corner and see what's going on over here. I don't think there's a POI over here. At least not one that I can fight in. Does look to be one up in this other corner, though, in the top. I don't like the way these regions are oriented, where you have north, south, east, and west are all in corners. I don't know why it bothers my brain that they're not flat sides. I would prefer that they were the flat sides. But I always reorient the flat side in my mind. So that top middle corner, to me, is the top right corner of the map. I don't know why. It just is. Nice, and it's a blue chest. Ew. Get remounted so that we drop aggro. And then we pick up our loot. Now we're going to head over to the west corner here. See if maybe there's a point of interest over there. It doesn't look like there is, but there still could be. Sometimes they're a little difficult to tell on the mini-map. If there's not, then we'll just go find ourselves another mist. And go see what happens in the next one. Can't believe how long this blue thing has been down here. Actually, I'm probably going to go get that because I might be the only person here for some reason. And we have a minute for this chest. Yeah. We're going to stick around and get this. Open that up. Open that up. Use up these. Use up those. Very nice. We want to go ahead and dismount. The reason we're dismounting here is because if you dismount near a person, then you get a timer before you can attack. So if I stay dismounted, then everybody who comes over here and wants to fight me either has to dismount right next to me, at which point I can start attacking them, or they have to dismount far away and run in, which means if they don't get here quite fast enough, then I might get the chest before they even get here. It does leave you a little bit open to people coming in with like a stealth potion and popping on you and nuking you down real fast, but I think it's a risk that's worth taking. And we get our common treasure coffer, which doesn't really have anything in it, but it was worth it. There's definitely nothing over in this corner. I'm just going to go down here and get this blue wisp down here. Let's go check my Brazilian standing. We're up to 40k. Nice. Only 10k more until maybe we can get ourselves into Brazilian. Ooh. There's the Abbey. The Abbey doesn't help me with that fame, though, so I might not go into another Abbey until I get into the lethal mists in the future. Alright, now where am I taking this? Ooh. There was a person right there. They almost saw me. I'm going to use my sprint just to try and get away from them a little bit. Also, we don't have a ton of time to get where I'm going. See another person right there who could attack me if they wanted. They are around my same IP though, so if they do attack me, we're good. I feel like I've got a pretty good chance here of getting this all the way over. Hey, what's up, Quizza? Where are you today? What are you getting yourself into? There was a mist right over here, so I'm going to go trigger it. All right, good deal. How much did that give me? About 1,400? It's not bad. Took some pills yesterday to sleep. 1,800, yeah, I'm definitely not fighting that person. Been feeling like crap, never taking that again. I'd rather not sleep. Yeah, sorry you feel like crap, dude. That sucks. That sucks. Do you ever try any home remedies like warm milk or anything like that? Okay, I can fight that person. If it comes to it. No problemo. You know what? I'm gonna fight you. Oh, it's a stupid... Get your little booty back over here, dude. Why are you running? Got him. Never tried home remedies. I might need to try that. Didn't think anything. I didn't do anything today. It's like being stuck in a state between, hey, I feel sleepy and I don't want to feel sleepy. Yeah, that sucks. That happens to me when I get too much sleep. If I like sleep really hard and get like 12 hours or something. Something like that'll happen to me. don't think this person realizes I'm almost totally out of energy. And that I ultimately just can't do squat. They may actually escape. If I don't get the ability to use my E soon. Oof, that was close. Why did I get stuck? Oh. No, I can't actually finish him off. I do want to see what that person's IP was. Okay, so they were right around me. So I don't feel bad for chasing them down. That's just the way it goes. You're going to be in a PvP area. You might get PvP'd. Ooh, another person that's within 200 of me. We got him, coach. We got him. The person was about 100 IP below me. It was probably rude to attack him. But... well, I wanted to fight someone. The person's way above me. I'm definitely not going to try and fight that person. I'm at about 950, so that person's about 400 plus above me. Which is about 1.5 times my item power. The likelihood of me being able to take that person on is almost 0. They're gonna come fight me. Ah, nerd. Escape. Oof. I got too distracted killing people, so I didn't complete my objectives in these. Now I'm paying the price by having people chase me around. Did you go? No, I haven't gone to the Black Zone yet, Quizza. I am still not 100 spec on my first weapon. So there's really no point in going to the Black Zone before then. I'm just getting nuked down. Honestly, I need to be 100 spec all around with my first gear set before I even think about going in there. I think a lot of people leave the safe zones too early. When they're making new characters in this game, or leveling up new specs. There's just a lot of danger, and you're constantly going to be losing gear And if you don't give yourself the absolute best chance, you don't have to level up everything, right? You just need to level up all of the things of the class of item you're using. So if you're going to use spears, get every spear leveled up before you worry about going out and trying to PvP. Because if you don't do that, then you're just going to get killed. There's another 1800. And so I'll probably do like some of these folks are doing and get myself a full set of tier 8 gear. And then come and do stuff in these zones. Or, go to the group dungeons or the overworld dungeons and make big pulls in tier 4 and tier 5 zones with those dungeons and tier up my secondary stuff that way, because that stuff will allow me to get a lot more fame even if I'm just using fame credits instead of actually leveling up the weapon, because I'll have, such high IP. I'll have the ability to gain lots of fame all at once and get a lot of fame credits, and it'll cost. I mean, it's expensive to do it that way as far as currency is concerned, but it is for sure the most efficient way to get it done. There's another 961, but I doubt that person wants to fight, so... What am I at? I'm at 831 only. Wow, I've been fighting people above my power and winning. Feel good about that. Wow. Wow, wowee. Hey, you got a blue chest. With barely anything in it. Yay for me. I feel so special. Honestly, we just need to go ahead and leave out of here. We're pretty close. Let's see. 42.7. We're getting pretty close to being able to actually go to Brycilian, but I need to go home and repair my gear and sell all this stuff, because if I keep dying, then the gear is going to keep getting more and more broken, and it's just going to be expensive to repair, and then I'm not going to make any currency off of it, so that's useless. So we'll take this stuff home and see what we can do here. But definitely gonna need that currency. We're using up a lot with our satchel. Using the satchel for extra fame sucks up a lot of currency, but it's worth it, for sure.
Local goods.
Alright, we gotta repair that for 3k, good deal. Sell it straight up for 78. Yeah, I think I just sell it straight up for 78. Those higher price items, they don't tend to sell very quickly. And I don't want to be changing the price and paying the taxes over and over and over again, and, waiting 2 weeks before it actually gets sold. That's fine later, but for right now, rather just have the currency.
Stay honest. I have lots to trade.
Okay. Don't forget to repair.
Put it there.
My goodness, 95k to repair. Gross.
Nowhere to find.
So gross. Alright, use up all those. Use up all these. And let's head back out. Time to go find another mist. Hey, we've been going at this for 2 hours already. Ain't that something? I'm not hostile. I need to get hostile. Big blob of orange over here. I'm not very strong, but it might be fun to go get some people. We got a big old fight going on. Let's go see. Let's go say howdy. Looks like our little blob of white got nuked. I have no idea what's going on. Who can I fight? Who can't I fight? Is this us? Okay, it looks like we're all just chasing after... I don't even know. I don't even see what's going on. This is ridiculous. I have no clue. Did somebody just attack me? Oh, that person attacked me. I got you. I got you, dog. Got him. Got him. Oh, can I fight this person too? Nope. They're an ally. Oh, that person's not though. Mount up, mount up, mount up. Ah. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, they're only 750. Why am I running away from that person? That was fun. This is... Action Warfare is by far a better warfare system than the guild warfare out in the Black Zone. Because... it allows you to just jump in whenever you want, right? Like, I'm not teamed up with any of those people I was just fighting with. I'm not in a guild right now. I'm just running around by myself. And this is what... I'm trying to drink random things to feel better, but nothing works. Sometimes you just have to muscle through feeling bad until you feel bad. Sometimes your body just doesn't feel good. The best thing to do in those situations is just to rest. Try and take your mind off of it. Watch a little TV. Listen to an audiobook. Focus on your breathing. Drink water. I mean, the answer is almost always drink water. I know for myself, I always feel bad if I'm even just a little bit dehydrated. And that just comes from years of abusing my body with way too much soda and energy drinks. You gotta drink that water. Oh, I want to go in the Abbey. But I can't. I need to level up. Such a bummer. Ooh, a chest. Ooh, and nobody's at it. I get these chests a lot. There's just not a lot of people running around exploring these areas. Free 10k. Yes, please and thank you. Really gotta get myself tiered up. Really want to especially be using an 8+ weapon. It can be fine in some 5.1 armors or doing dungeons and stuff, but the weapon is definitely important to have tiered up, especially because they seem to have increased the difficulty of the dungeons. The layouts can be more difficult now with more traps set up right next to each other and patterns that are more difficult to deal with, and more enemies, more patrolling enemies. Just tons of ways for you to get caught up fighting extra stuff. And it makes it much more difficult than it used to be to try and beat higher tier dungeons with lower tier equipment, which I think is great. You used to just be able to do everything in 4.1, and you still could if you had really high spec. Like, it wouldn't be a problem, but you used to be able to do everything in 4.1 on a brand new character. That's a level, or a tier 1600 there. Is that person coming up here to try and fight me? No, doesn't look like it. I just need to kill an enemy or two. Be able to get my chest here. Hopefully, that person doesn't decide that it's worth it to kill me. They did decide it's worth it to kill me. What a butt face. Just let me get my freaking chest, dude. Your item power is double mine. Leave me alone. We need, like, dynamic open world matchmaking in MMOs. So that you just can't fight people in the open world that you're drastically stronger than. Alright. All I'm getting is these silly tomes right now. Which I guess is fine. I need the fame. But I'm also spending a lot of currency buying fame. So I would like to get some of that currency back. You know what I mean? It's important. It's very important. I love the fishes because they're so delicious. Got goldfishes. So the other thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to be tearing up this spec for this weapon. Then also I need to consider tearing up my spec for my gatherings. The reason that's important is at some point we'll want to do some black zone roaming, which will be just going out into the black zone with all of the different gathering tools and, you know, looking for resources to gather, like high tier resources. And if I don't have regathering tiered up, then I end up running the risk of not being able to gather, you know, like a good tier 8 resource node. So I'll be working on that. And then that's actually a pretty big benefit in both Black Zone Mists, the roads, and the Black Zone proper. I'll benefit from leveling all of those up. So that'll be another thing that I have to work on. I may work on some of that in my free time. I'm not on stream because gathering is fairly boring. But there is some skill to it. Right? Making a good route and following that route. And beating other people to nodes and stuff like that. You can increase how fast you can tier up a gathering by quite a bit if you are efficient with what, where, and how you gather. And so at least some of that is a little entertaining. This person is right around my power, so I can go fight them. Fight me. Fight me. Why are you running? No fun. Wow. Can't believe I threw that spear attack off in just the wrong direction. That was so bad. Ooh. We've got an unstable mist coming in 1 minute. We get over there. See what's going on. Those unstable mists are worth quite a bit of reputation. $1,100, huh? Yeah. We'll fight in 1100. Got him. Well, probably not going to be able to kill this 1300 person, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Because if they run into somebody else on the way. Well, that was painful. That was also painful. See, I don't stay in combat. So now I'm all healed up. This person will eventually get to the end zone, but they won't be able to turn this in. Got some pretty good dodges in there. Oh, he got me pretty good there at the end, though. That's too bad. This might be the end for me. Ooh, he missed me with both those axes. That's pretty good for me. Oof. I'm bleeding. I'm just trying to harass this person as much as I possibly can so that maybe somebody else of a higher tier shows up and, like, helps kill them. Nope, I'm dead. Dodge the axe. Dodge the axe. You wrecked. Okay, well, I can't keep chasing that person around. That was close. That was fun. Oh, cute. Right here in the middle of everything. Get my fishy. Heal up a little here. What power is that person at? 995? Yeah, we're gonna go fight him. We got him. Bye-bye, knife guy. Bye-bye, knife guy. I honestly kind of like this low-tier PvP. Everybody I've been attacking, for the most part, has been higher IP than me. Not by a lot, usually only by about 100. And usually I find them in disadvantageous positions, you know, they're in the middle of fighting enemies or something like that. But that's kind of just how mist PvP works. Either you get caught by somebody while you're doing something, or you catch them while they're doing something. Because you want to be doing stuff while you're in here, right? You don't want to just be sitting around, not accomplishing any goals, not gaining any fame, not gaining any currency, anything like that. It's not all about the PvP. Whoops. I got turned into a popsicle. Alright. Finish that up. Get my chest here. I'm a little sad that 1300 player came. Or, I think it was 13, maybe it was 1600, whatever. That really strong player came and stole that wisp. It's really unfortunate. 1299, all 8.0 gear. Ouch. Definitely not beating that person. Definitely not beating that person. But that's okay. We can't win every fight. We've definitely been doing a good job fighting people of about our power, though. Of course, most of the people about our power typically just run away. And while running away is great, you know, if you generate some distance for yourself, then, you know, you find yourself in a good position. You can regen some health, stuff like that. But if you don't have the ability to escape, you know, you don't have escape moves. I'm running spear, so I've got an extra dash. You know, I'm using a decent boot for speed. The skill that I'm using isn't perfect because it leaves that ice trail. And skills that have bonuses like that ice trail are obviously not going to be the fastest. It's not as fast as Wanderlust, for example. But that ice trail is just so good for escaping I feel like I just can't pass it up. In the future, when my plan will be to escape temporarily, and then eventually go back to fight, probably use the one that leaves the trail of damage dealing. Ooh, 8k. Look at that, a tier 4 bow. Ain't that something? So that I can run away from people dealing a little damage to them, and then turn around and try and fight again. Right? Because the spear is a very kitey sort of weapon. And I'll want to be using that to my advantage. Please go inside the mist, thank you. We teleport over. And into a new mist we go. Ooh, this one's got tanning, or skinning, but that means that it's probably not going to have as many points of interest that are actually of use to me. We're going to go to this middle one, and then we're going to check this corner here. And if we don't find... Ooh. I didn't even realize this was a POI here. This is great. This is really great. We're going to do this POI, and we're going to do the one in the middle, then we're going to check here. And then we'll move on to a new zone. We should be getting pretty close. We should only need 1 or 2 more mist zones to get everything that we need. Here's a little glowy person. And the glowy ones are worth a lot more fame. And since the way you beat these, where you get the chest from them, is by gaining a certain amount of fame, best to just come over and kill these glowy things, because they give you so much extra. I don't feel like I gained any fame from that glowy person. What just happened? I'm so confused. That definitely is not what should have happened. Jerk face. 1500 power. Seems unlikely that I'm going to kill that person. Well, I'm going to let him have this point of interest for right now. Because it would end up taking so long to try and fight him or fight around him or any of that, and I only need a couple of enemies. So I'm going to go run to this central POI and do this one. Hopefully don't encounter that person again. And then come back. I would fight that fight if the person had a wisp or something like that that I wanted. But, ooh, see, here's a person that I'm willing to fight. Why are you running? Okay, well, you can run away. That's fine. I'll take over the POI. Disappeared. We got him, coach. Was that just a little bit rude? Maybe. That person has more IP than me. So I don't feel terribly bad about killing them. Even if I did take advantage of the fact that they were fighting. Alright, let's open up my chest here. What do we get? Blue chest. I like blue chests. This is honestly some of the most even competition I've ever gotten in this game. Normally, you know, you go into like Black Zone mists and stuff like that, and you end up just fighting people that are wildly more powerful than you. Even if they're in similar gear, a lot of people who are willing to fight don't go into those zones until they've done like I was talking about and completely mastered and spec to 100. Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? How are you today? How goes your once human? Ooh, a green wisp. Gotta go get that. Only got a couple of minutes. Maybe get that over to wherever it's supposed to go. But it'll be worth it. Ooh, it goes all the way to the other side, huh? Wonder if I can make it over there in 3 minutes. Without my mount. Doing alright, doing the work thing today, not a fan. Yeah, gross. You gotta cut that shit out. Be a full-time bum like me, dude. Sit around, play video games. Bring joy to all the little girls and boys. Tante cloche, tante cloche. Tante dans la nuit. Working on trying to get remote work. Still a work in progress. That's the word work way too many times in a single sentence. That hurt my brain. Ooh, we're almost there. Just like one more little POI. We'll be good to go. Oh my goodness. I kept moving before my stupid mount came out. Stop. I don't like that word. That word's a bad word, in my opinion. I'm going to put it on the bannable list for the bot. Every time somebody says the word work, they get timed out. We don't talk about that crap here. We don't talk about that crap here. I'll work on working that into my comments more. Why? Why do you make me hate you? Why do you make me hate you? That person just went invisible. It's not okay. That person's way more powerful than me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I can't fight these people. It's just depressing. Oh, is this pretty sure that's like a big one with lots of... I can't word right now. But I'm definitely not going to be the one getting that treasure chest, so there's no point in sticking around. We'll just run over here. We'll try and kill this person. They're only barely higher than I am. He escaped. Oh, shoot. There's a little treasure coffer right here, too. I might get this one. Because it's not one of the ones that shows up on the big map. It just shows up if you get close to it. So maybe I'll get it. Maybe nobody else will show up. Good for this foolio. I'm gonna get this fool. This is my treasure chest. How long do we have on this treasure? 17 seconds? Yeah. I'm gonna walk right down there and pick that bad boy up. My treasure chest. Sometimes you just gotta act like you're way more threatening than you actually are. And chase people around. And you're good to go. Ooh, it's a purple chest. Heyo, give me some good. Give me some good. Okay. That's kind of good, I guess. Something worth 32k. That should be enough. Wow. Almost. Not quite, though. I'm just gonna find one of these hanging lantern deals and release it. Hopefully that'll be enough. Gotta get her done. Maybe I can just kill this. I don't even know if these are worth any points. 49969. I don't think they are. Come on. Where's one of those chained up wisps? Why can't I find any of these? They're usually everywhere. Just need to work on finding a Brazilian portal. Ooh. Hide treasure. Okay. No Brazilian portal there. I don't actually think there's one on this whole map. It doesn't look like it. I'm not going to worry myself with these points of interest or anything like that. I just need to get it done. Get to where I can go into Brazilian. Because later I want to be able to go into Brazilian's... into the black mists. Through the Brazilian mist portal. I don't actually care about the city itself. I just want to be able to use it to just go into the mists. Simply. It doesn't look like there's a portal in this one at all, so we're just going to find a wisp and go into another one. We're just going to keep portal jumping until we get to where we can go to Brazilian. And then we'll just be able to teleport there and it won't ever matter again. There's a wisp. Take that in there. Nice. Let's see. We've got some stuff around the circle here, but I don't actually think we have a portal. We're gonna go check just in case. And if we hit all the corners and we don't find a portal, then we'll do like we did and we'll teleport away to another one. I think it's like 1 in 10 or something like that of these mist zones have a portal in them. It should be fairly easy to find. Now that I can actually go in it, it'll show up on my minimap as like a big portal when I get close to it. At least I think I have to get close to it. I wonder if it'll just show up without me having to get near it. Either way, we'll look and see if we can find it. It's been a long time since I've had to do this, so I don't really remember the rules on it. So we'll run around all the places where I think it can be. My internet connection dropped again just after I sent you the last message. Oh, that sucks. It's the universe trying to tell you to get off the internet and go rest. Maybe get some more sleep so you stop feeling icky. Nobody wants to feel icky. I just want to go into Brazilian. Ooh. Chest. That's not a bad idea. Get a little exercise in. Not a bad idea at all. I would join you, but let's face it, my fat ass doesn't walk. Maybe that's the portal there. I don't think it is, but it could be. We're gonna go check this one down here. That's just a point of interest. These are both obviously points of interest. Yep, phone is also trash. Drains battery in an hour, so gotta charge it up. Gross. Gotta use that for music while you take your walk. Is that what you're charging it up for? Or is that the Brazilian portal down there? That could be it, actually. I'm gonna have to go all the way around and check that spot. Because I don't know precisely what it looks like on the minimap, even though I've seen it a bunch of times. I didn't stop to think and look and memorize what it looked like. Because I'm a stupid head. Stupid head. Don't you knife me while I'm riding my mount. Nice. Yeah, I need my headphones while I go out. I don't like hearing the chatter of people. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that a lot. I especially don't like hearing conversations that I can't hear the entirety of. So I had to itch my nose. Whacked my mic stand again. But yeah, when people are having a conversation and you can hear like that muffle, but you can't quite make out what's being said, drives me insane. Hate it. Oh, gotta find me a mist now. Yeah, I don't really care what people are saying either. It just only bothers me if I can't understand. Puts me on edge to not be able to identify everything that's going on in my surroundings. Noises that are out of place that I can't identify upset me. People who are saying words that I can't understand. Stuff like that just grates at me. Which is why I do like you and I drown it out, because if I can't hear it, then it doesn't anger me that I can't identify it. Where is my will-o-wisp? I need to go to another mist. Can't be staying in this one anymore. It doesn't have my Brazilian portal. Whoever invented headphones need bigger price. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Where is my will-o-wisp? Oh, where has my will-o-wisp gone? Just running around like a dum-dum. Just need to get into Brazilian.
What do you got?
And I can go back to focusing on leveling up my equipment. Where am I at now? 38? I think I was at 28. So I've only got 10 levels in 3 hours. Gross. Super gross. Need more growth than that. We got a chest. We got a chest. We got a chest. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, it's a blue one. Oh, shit. There's a red one. I'm sorry, does that say 1.3 million gold? Yo. Dang. That's lucky. Can't believe I just got 1 million gold out of a chest in a non-lethal... in a non-lethal mist. That's freaking crazy. That is such a huge bonus. I'm gonna be able to really level up my gear now. Ooh, another chest. What are the chances it's gonna drop me another million gold? What do you think? Million silver, sorry, not a million gold. Just forget that this game decided that gold would be its premium currency and silver would be its normal currency. Alright. Just 10k in there. Whoops. I left an item in there. Nice. Let's go ahead and organize this. Use up all of our money pouches. Very nice. Shield Fighter milestone mastered. What does that mean? Does that mean I'm at 60? Yeah, it does. I can use tier 7 gear now. Yeah, where are all the wisps at? This is kind of ridiculous. Just give me a wisp. I just want to leave. There's one. Complaining about the game not giving me a wisp and then just missing the wisps. Booyah. Away we go. Please give me a Brycelium portal. I don't think there's going to be one here, though. It doesn't look like it. Maybe this will be one over here, but I don't think so. There's definitely no other place that looks like it might be housing one. So we'll see. We'll get over there, check it out. Maybe I'm wrong. It seems unlikely. Hmm. Oh, Brazilian portal. Where have you gone? I don't know why Brazilian wants to be hiding from me. I just want to bring stuff to its market. You would think that my efforts to enrich the Brazilian marketplace would make it want me there. I did all this work to get accepted reputation. Where's my frickin' portal? Why is this game ruining my life? I don't even understand. No Brazilian portal. New map. The portal does show up before you actually get over near it, because that's it right there. So I've been running around in circles wasting time, but that's fine. I don't really mind. We're just gonna get ourselves over there. Go in the pool. Before we open up this chest right here, though. I might give this game a go tomorrow when I feel better. It's a good game. But if you're not interested in PvP at all, you are going to find the game fairly limiting, Quizza. The game is extremely PvP focused. So I don't want to give you a recommendation that you're not going to get any enjoyment out of. There is a lot of crafting. There is a lot of gathering. You can do all of that stuff in safe zones without having to engage in PvP. You can, instead of engaging in PvP and trying to fight, you can just run away. And so you can focus on a build that instead of being focused on your combat ability, you can focus on a build that's just based around escaping. And you could do all of the PvE stuff. And then anytime somebody tries to fight you, you just run away. Like, that's totally a viable option. And I think a lot of people do that. But you will find the game limiting. And, I mean, the parts of the game that are PvE are pretty fun. But you can't interact with the end game without at least being in danger of being attacked in PvP. So in the past 7 days, only 2 of these have sold here, but I can just straight up sell one for 700k. I think I'm just gonna straight up sell this for 700k. I think that's worth it. Say what now?
My pleasure. Want to trade?
I mean, if you want to play a good PvE MMO, your best options are going to be games like Final Fantasy 14. WoW, you know, just your old school MMOs. They just did it better than anything else. So if you want to play an MMO, those are the games you want to be looking into. There aren't really any really great PvE MMOs that have come out
Buying or selling?
in the last even 5 or 10 years. They all kind of die out. And the reason that happens is, you know, they follow the same formula as games like WoW and stuff, but WoW has a lot more content than those games because it's just been around for a lot longer. WoW is a subscription model, that is correct. Also, Final Fantasy XIV is. If you want to play a game, Final Fantasy XIV does have a really long trial that you can play. But the problem is if you're on the trial version, you can't engage with the auction house, which is pretty limiting. If you want to just pay a box price, I would recommend Elder Scrolls Online. They do have an optional subscription, and honestly, the subscription is pretty important to get. But you can play that game by just buying the game and, you know, one-time purchasing its expansions and have quite a bit of fun. But as far as PvE MMOs are concerned, a lot of them are subscription models, especially the really good ones. You're probably going to have a little bit of a hard time finding a PvE MMO that you really enjoy that doesn't have a subscription. What are some other PvE MMOs? Brighter Shores did just launch. It also has, you know, like a free version with an optional subscription. Lord of the Rings Online is supposed to be a really good PvE MMO. Again, it's free to play up to a point with an optional subscription, which ultimately you just sort of have to use. You don't really have the ability to not get the subscription. RuneScape is the same way. Yeah, I can't think of any really good just straight PvE MMOs that don't have some kind of a subscription involved. Let's see, Grandmaster Mercenary Jacket. So I could take this all the way up to tier 3. That's not going to do any good. That's not going to do any good. Maybe there. If we go down to 6, so 311, 6.2 is significantly cheaper. I think $15, Quizza? I think Final Fantasy is actually like 13. Or maybe 14. But yeah, they're both right around $15 a month. I believe they also both have a box price associated with them. The 6.1 is 98. 7.0 is 121. Really, it's just better to buy the cheaper 6 gear. Druid sandals. These are pretty cheap. Whoops. Alright, let's just go with like all 6.2 and see what happens. That should make me quite a bit stronger. And then we'll just sell everything else here. With sell orders. You get everything for that $15 or there are additional purchases on top of that excluding cosmetics. For both of WoW and Final Fantasy XIV, you will have access to all content. But you will have to buy each of the expansions as box prices associated with them. So, since we're in between an expansion cycle right now, you should be able to buy the entirety of the game, including all of the expansions. Yeah, you should be able to buy the entirety of the game, including all the expansions, and play that way. And that shouldn't be a problem. But you will have to pay the box price. Maybe, honestly, Guild Wars 2, from a cost perspective, is probably your best bet. There is no monthly subscription associated with Guild Wars 2. It's just the box price of the expansions. I don't believe there's a subscription for Guild Wars 2. I don't recall ever paying one when I've played. But you can play the first... There's like a free version of the game. And you can play all the way to level 80 in the first release, like the classic game, without, I think, paying anything. And then you can buy the expansions as you get to them and go through the stories and unlock all this stuff there. So actually, from a price perspective, Guild Wars 2 is probably the cheapest to get the most content out of. I'm fairly certain. Let me double check real quick. I'm going to look it up just to make sure. Let's see, Guild Wars 2. Play for free. Yeah. Yeah, so you can just play the game for free. And then each of the expansions is about $30. But those expansions are primarily story and like mechanics expansions, so you gain new ways to advance your character, but the level cap is still 80, regardless of which expansions you play, and you don't have to buy the expansions in order. You should be able to play, the third expansion before the second expansion and so on and so forth, but you will not be able to use some of the classes and stuff from the expansions if you don't own them. But there is still a significant amount of content in that free-to-play version because the original Guild Wars 2 is fairly massive. So, and like I said, it is free-to-play for the first for the original game, all the way up to level cap. So that's actually probably your best bet from a value perspective. And Guild Wars 2 is an extremely good game. I've honestly probably played more Guild Wars 2 than I've played... Definitely played more Guild Wars 2 than I've played WoW. I might have played more Final Fantasy 14 than I've played Guild Wars 2. But it's a good game. The combat is engaging. Your armors and stuff are a little meh. But, you know, some of the crafting and stuff for some of the legendaries is quite a bit of fun. Yeah, I mean, exactly. And that's kind of where I'm at, too, is getting to play so much of the original Guild Wars 2 before having to decide if you want to spend money, and then getting to choose, like, okay, this content seems interesting, so I'll spend the $30 on this expansion. Because the expansions stand sort of completely alone and away from each other, you know, I don't have to, if I don't like the Heart of Thorns, I don't have to buy it. Right? I can just buy the new one, like Janthier Wilds or whatever, and just play that one. If I don't need any of the content from the others. But some of the content is fairly useful, and so they have created a system where you really want to get all of the expansions, because you can get quite a bit of value out of those, but that's fine too. Like you said, if you enjoy it, then you spend a little money on it, and if you don't, then no harm, no foul. Okay, so we're in some tier 6.2 gear. We're gonna go do another one of these tier 5s, just to see how it goes. I don't want to go out into the Black Zone and do Black Zone solo dungeons right now, because I'm pretty weak. I would just get nuked. I am, hey, 1131 item power now. Actually makes me feel pretty good about myself. So maybe we'll see about going into some mists and fighting some more or something, I don't know. 1100 item power is pretty decent. It's unfortunate to need to be in 6.2 gear to be at 1100 though. You know, there are people out there who could be in this is the Halloween dungeon, and these things are long as hell. Now that I'm stronger, it should be easier to get through. You know, there are lots of people, though, that could just get to 1100 item power just purely from, like, 4.1 gear. I think is as low as you can go and still get to 1100. But that's so much cheaper than being at 1100 at 6.2. I mean, I spent almost $1 million gold on this set, or $1 million silver, which is a pretty huge investment at this particular stage in the game. But that's fine. Just gonna need to keep on going. Get some more currency. Keep leveling up. Keep getting to a point where maybe I can, you know, if I could get this tier 6.2 set up where it was, you know, 1600 item power instead. $1,500 item power, then it might be worth going out. Well, this is the first time I've ever seen another person in here. Normally I'm doing these all by myself. Oh, is this a PvP zone? Why can't I use... Oh, whoops. Well, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize this was a PvP zone. That's hilarious. Now I have to sit here and wait to come back to life. That's obnoxious. Okay, well, I have to wait for a super long time for this. I am going to go use the restroom and maybe get a little food. And be right back. All right, we back. And we're alive again. Still gotta get this food in me, though. All right. I'm going to let this person have this dungeon. Oh, I can just leave right here. Then I'm going to go ahead and go up to my little low dungeon up here. Hmm. 1174, huh? Oh, I forgot to put on my abilities again. Because I'm an idiot. Whoopsie. That guy just called me a fucking noob. People in this game are so angry. Just chill, brother. It'll be fine. Nobody's gonna hurt you. We're all just playing video games over here.
No. Uh-uh.
Is that person laughing at me? We're even on the same team, aren't we? I'm a criminal? Why am I a criminal? I'm confused by... So, most of the time that I've played this game, I didn't actually engage in faction PvP at all. Because, most of the time that I've played this game, I was a super hardcore, sweaty, obnoxious nerd. And so I was like, Black Zone or nothing. And I would go out into the Black Zone all by myself and just get stomped on over and over again. Because I was being an idiot. And so now I don't really understand how the flagging system works exactly sometimes, or what it's trying to get you to do. I'll figure it out eventually. I'm not worried about that. But this person's estimated value of his gear is 10 million. It's got to mostly be this mount. Oh, the mount's only 3 million. Jeebus. Well, let's get up to our dungeon here. Let's go ahead and pick our skills. Damage healing, cast time, energy cost, damage healing. Increase damage healing, auto attack speed, cooldown rate. Honestly, I should probably go CDR there. Defense, crowd control, resistance. Okay, this should be good. me so long to come back to life that I actually have to go use another solo dungeon scroll. What a bummer. I'm just gonna go back in here and use it, so that it'll just be in one of these areas that I'm in. Right. And let's go get it done. It's confusing to me that there seem to be so many people who are not in my faction in this zone that is right next to my faction. Normally, when you're this close to your faction's home city, you don't run into a lot of people from other factions who are flagged up. And there have been a ton of flagged up people right outside the city today. Because that person... What in the heck is going on here? 1235? Okay. As long as we're careful. Why did you dismount me and then run away like a little wuss? I'm really confused by what's going on right now. Did he think that I was way weaker than I am? And so they thought, oh, I'll just fight this guy. Oh, wait, he's only 100 power lower than me. I guess I better run away. People be wildin'. I am so confused by the players who play this game sometimes. Learning point reached. Oh snap. I am not going to be using any of my learning points on my actual gear, because just in general I think that's a waste. I will likely be using my learning points on leveling up my gatherings, and then I will use my learning points on leveling up my craftings, and then well, at that point, everything should be all the way leveled up. I don't know how long it's going to take, ultimately, to level this character all the way. Honestly, years, maybe. I guess, ultimately, it'll depend on how much currency I'm willing to spend on leveling the character. And how well I do gaining that currency. Nice. Get my rewards. Get my energy back here. What did we sell? An expert's crossbow for 25k? Yes, please. Thank you, thank you. Nice. I like getting these little notifications up here. Makes me feel really good about making nice progress. Making steady progress. You get those little hits. Like, ooh. Especially the learning point thing. It allows us to just learn the rest of the skill, even though I don't use them. They're a nice little indicator of like, hey, not only did you just recently get a level, but also you're already 20% of the way to the next one. Nice. Like it. Good. Boop dead. I'm gonna boop dead these guys here too. Got him. We're gonna go ahead and go up here because I imagine there's something to grab up here. Little chest. Nice. Well, that enemy didn't really fight back at all, did they? I mean, I guess it's not fair. I'm significantly higher tier than they are. But still. What are you doing to yourself? Who did? Let's get my energy back here. Get my 4K out of there. Still up at 500K, that's nice. What did I sell? Another 30K worth of Adept Tomes. Whoops. I didn't realize that there was another statue over here. And one over here, and one right there. So many statues. Nice. Spear is so good, and I'm pretty well enjoying Spear Shield. It's a lot slower. You know, normally people use things that reduce cooldowns, like the Muizak, when they use spears, and spam their abilities, because their abilities, especially in PvP, are a pretty big deal for their damage output. But I don't know, I feel better about having the shield. 5% increased damage is a pretty significant amount, or, sorry, 5% reduced damage is a pretty significant amount. So I'm fairly happy with the overall survivability with this shield. And we get a blue chest that has 28,000 gold in it. Oh yeah. Okay, well that goes much, much faster with words are hard with the 6.2 gear. I feel like maybe I should just go ahead and go into the wisps. Because I don't think that... I mean, I guess the Wisps also aren't really that great for fame. I don't know. I don't want to play in some super boring optimized way, though. I kind of just want to play and just get there when I get there. As much as I'd really like to be tier 8, you know, with 100 spec and a couple of things on my spear and my leather armor and stuff, and as much as I'd like to be able to just have, you know, 15, 1600 IP, the time investment for that is pretty significant. And so I think you just kind of have to be okay with taking it slow. Be okay with the fact that it's going to be an effort. Ooh. Wish I had tier 4 lumberjacking. That's something else I really should worry about, is getting my gatherables up to tier 4 at least, if I'm going to be running around out here just for situations like that. I mean, that's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of gold or silver, just by getting that tree for as long as it's there. Doesn't look like there's any points of interest here, though, in this one. We need to just skip out. Or look for the extra stuff, like the Abbey and stuff like that. Here we go. Just skip out. I definitely can't take 1131 IP into the Black Zone Mists. That would be a great way to lose all of my gear, which costs me about 1,000,000 gold or silver. So I definitely don't want to do that. You can get a pretty significant amount of fame from these, I think. Yeah, 2,800, that's not bad. Not bad at all. If I see an easy one like that, I might as well just snag it. This timer that says these things empty in 10 minutes is pretty new. I didn't realize that you only got 10 minutes or whatever to open those now. That's kind of crazy. Nightfall Abbey. I think I'm going to do this one differently than I normally do the Nightfall Abbeys. I think I'm going to go ahead and like kill everything and open every chest in a fairly straight path between the larger ones. Like I'm not going to go out of my way to get this one, but I'm going to go ahead and go get this big one over here that has 2. And then if I run across any singles, which I should run across right over here, as I go to get this second big one over here, then I'll go ahead and just pick that up. Ooh, this one's a boss with a chest. Nice. This is why I always come to these doubles. It's because they have the chance to be these big chests. It's pretty huge. Unfortunately, this one was only green, but that's fine. Get 11k out of it, that's nice. And then we'll just head right over this way. Hey, we're up to level 40 on our individual pieces here. We're almost halfway. Which doesn't seem like much, but we have only been playing for about a day and a half now. So, I feel pretty good about it. If we can get something all the way up to 100 spec every 3 to 4 days, that's pretty solid. We could have all of our spear and all of everything up in less than a month at that rate. That would give us 1 full gear set. And honestly, with the armors and stuff, you end up being in a much better position because tiering up the armors is much, much easier because you can do 3 of them at a time. So to get every... Oop, what do we got there? 14? This person doesn't think I'm going to fight him, but I am. We're going to eat a fish. We're going to get our energy back. I don't have any more fish, that's okay. Why are you running? Nice. We got them. Not really sure why they ran away for so long. They definitely could have taken me. They had significantly higher IP than me. But they ran into this area and aggroed all these enemies. Put themselves in a really bad position. Today? Good for me. That was fun. Does that give me PvP fame? I honestly don't even know. Let's go see. Total fame, 1.4 million. Fame from gathering, fame from crafting, fame from killing mobs. Yep. So no fame from killing players unless you kill them in lose zones or lethal zones, which is interesting. Will there be anybody around it? Doesn't look like it. Got a couple of minutes before it pops, so let's go see if any of the chests and stuff right out around here are available. Yes, they are. I really love this Abbey. It is definitely some of the best PvP in any game. Super fun, open world. Ooh, there's another chest down here coming up in 4.5 minutes. That one we're going to have to fight over, though, because everybody can see that one on the map. It's not one of the ones that you have to get close to. So it will definitely be contested. $40. Ooh. Level 41 on the spear. Looks like the rest of these right around here have been taken, so I'm just going to wait for these few seconds. I don't think I'm going to go take this one, because I want to run up here and see if the big double is up here. And I don't want to maybe end up getting killed trying to fight over this one. F it. Let's go fight. Fighting's fun. And I've been doing pretty good in my fights, I think. I surely need to get better. But I'm also not necessarily using like the best PvP spec I possibly could. You know, Spear is great as an all-arounder, but there are definitely better PvP specs. More meta PvP specs. But because Spear is so good for both PvP and PvE... Why did I never grab this? That was stupid. You know, I just like using it early on because it helps me be able to fight in situations like this over chests like this, because being able to fight over these chests is really good. The ones that you have to fight over tend to just have better stuff in them, as a general rule. Well, and nobody's here. I mean, I guess we still got 2 minutes and we'll have to keep our eyes open. Let's see. We should have another... another reward right here. So you always kind of want to be looking at the edges of your map, because that's where you'll see people. Not the edges of your map, the edges of your screen, because their nameplates come into view before they actually get to you. So you sort of have this opportunity to see all of your enemies early. I also don't have any fish right now, so I should be being more careful, because I'm not going to be healing up nearly as fast at the end of this fight. But it seems like I might be the only one in here anymore. Nope, there's somebody. But you see, I see his name tag way before I see him. 1300. I'm only at 11. But I think Stupid fire staff. Dang. I don't actually know what to do to not die to that. I haven't played against a lot of fire staffs, so I don't really understand the mechanics of their attacks. So I don't know what I should have done there. Unfortunately, one of the best ways I learn is by having other people do stuff to me instead of, learning how to avoid things that happen from other players. I tend to be much more focused on what the other player is doing against me. And so I need to, use that staff against somebody who's also using a spear, and then see what they do to try and avoid certain attacks and stuff. And then that will help me understand what to do myself, which is a pretty difficult thing, because it's not exactly easy to go use every single type of weapon and then happen to find somebody using a spear to, practice against or learn from. So I don't know, maybe I need to go look into... Are you 1032? I'll fight you, dude. Come on. That's what I thought, was he? Not really sure what just happened there. The person came at me super hard, like they were really sure they were gonna win. And I was a little concerned there for a second. And then the fight was just over in my favor. Real confused about what just happened there. That's alright. I won the fight. That's all that matters. The person was about 100 IP below me. Maybe a little more. So I certainly had the advantage. But it's pretty difficult to just get only even fights, And I did beat somebody that was above me earlier, so that's fine. I feel fine with it. I don't mind fighting people who are slightly below me sometimes. If they're more than about 200 below me, though, that just seems cruel. Where's all the strong enemies in here? I'm not getting any fame from any of this. All these enemies are weak as crap. Gonna take forever to get this thing. This chest. Ooh. There's a glowy fire mage. That's what I'm looking for. Them glowy boys. Much better. And now we get our chest. Be a good one. Stupid green. Stupid green. Nice. Ooh, purple wisp up there. Gotta go see about that. That's worth so much fame. I'm gonna be switching to a new shield here real soon. We're already at level 64 with our shield. Which is great, because I think I probably want to use a different shield, but I've been messing up, because I need to level up the basic shields first. I moved straight into one of the advanced shields. And the advanced shields don't give nearly as much benefit. Open up this treasure coffer. It's a blue one. It was a blue one that gave us that tier 8 item earlier. Alright, looks like I'm going to be able to get this. Hopefully nobody else shows up right as I get it and kills me. Ooh, it's not all that far away either. Very nice. Good deal. Oh. Dang. That's too bad. I really want to kill that dude. Take his loots. Yeah, I really need to see about getting my stuff leveled up to at least tier 4 or tier 5. Even if it means buying the lower tier books and then just using my LP to level up. If I get them all to tier 4 or so, then while I'm doing this lower tier stuff trying to spec up, I'll be in a really good spot. To make some currency. And that's really what you need. You really need to be making extra currency while you're doing this tiering up stuff. I've already made maybe 2 mil or so. It's been spent buying and selling stuff. I didn't actually look at what that was worth. Whoops. It tiered up though, so must have been worth something. mastery level 42. Alright, let's go to another one. See if we can't find some more loots. That's all that matters. I'm a loot goblin. All I want is the loots. All I want is the loots. Hey, what's up, Ski? How are you? Things are going fantastic. I am very much enjoying my time in Albion Online right now. How's Way of Winter going? Nice. Well, I am flattered that I was your first stop. Just isn't up here, it must be down here. Yes, it is. Yeah, I have played it before, Ski, and it is fairly good. With all of the PvP-centric MMOs out there, you know, Throne and Liberty, New World, this one, even like EVE Online and stuff, I think this is probably the best, because it's got the most variety of content that doesn't require you to, like, join a Zerg, and, you know, be a nerd. But it is still pretty broken, in that you do need to be a part of a guild to do like the really high-end endgame PvP stuff, which means that the guilds in this game have a lot of power. I take it you just need to keep killing to get 100 spec? Yeah, just keep killing. So there are some significant issues with the ability of the average player to access some of the PvP content, and by extension, their ability to access resources and stuff like that. So it definitely, if something better came along, I would drop this in a heartbeat. But I do like the game. It is fun. The art style I enjoy, so I like looking at the game. The control scheme I enjoy. I like the top-down isometric MOBA style controls. I wish that more MMOs had styles like this, so like when Core Punk comes out, I'll probably play Core Punk because I really like that control scheme. And yeah, I mean, combat is pretty, it's easy to learn, difficult to master. So especially for PvP combat, the PvE combat, you're just looking for the colors on the ground, and you just stand in the colors on the ground. But in PvP combat, you don't actually get to see the colors because, the enemy is activating their skills instantaneously. They don't give you a warning. So it's about, learning what classes can do what weapons are going to do what, how players normally use certain skills, when they use certain skills, stuff like that, what they're trying to do with certain skills. That person almost got me. They're quite a bit higher power than I am. But I want to fight him anyway. So I'm going to come stand over here, wait for them to do the thing. Oh, okay. I was just going to let you know I wanted to fight. Ooh, gross. Get away from me, kitty cat. Oh no. What the fudge is that? Oh my goodness. That was painful. They can totally attack you in leveling. Absolutely. So, this game doesn't really prevent you from going anywhere. And I think that's kind of the biggest thing that holds a lot of people back in this game. Is I can go to the lethal zones right now. And I can buy, not quite there, but within the first couple of weeks, even if you're kind of a casual player, you can get to 100 spec in a single... Yeah, it was a shapeshifter. The new items in this game are, well, not really all that new. They've been out for, I don't know, a year or so. But the newest set of equipment is the shapeshifter set. And so that's what that person was using. Actually, it's up here somewhere, I think. Warlock, Frost Mage, Arcanist, Priest, Romancer, nope. There we go, Shapeshifter. So they were using one of these weapons up here that I haven't. Maybe Blood Moon, probably Blood Moon. Or potentially Primal. No, it was probably Prowling. Probably Prowling. Yeah, so, you can get your 100 spec in a single weapon fairly quickly. And so you get a pretty significant bonus from that, right? At 100 spec, you get plus 200 item power, which translates directly into damage for weapons and defenses for other gear. But the problem is that every single one of these other weapons... Yeah, well, so it's a classless system. Whatever you equip is what your class is. So I can equip anything. Like right now I'm using this spear, but if I wanted to, I could just go equip one of these shapeshifter staves. And only this half, so the whole thing is really huge, but only this half over here is equipment. all these red. This green stuff over here is all crafting. The blue is gathering. And then this stuff down here is stuff that you can do in your house, like cooking and gathering, like gardening. And then this is tracking over here. So only from here to here is actually combat skill stuff. But so you go in and, you know, your item power is what tells you how strong you are, right? So my item power right now is 1138. And that's based on the tier of my weapon, right? I'm wearing tier 6 gear. I'm wearing tier 6 gear that's enchanted +2. So the base is 900. I get +200 from my enchantment. It's a quality item, so it gives me +20. I have a mastery bonus. That mastery bonus gives me 105 points. And then I get mastery modifier of +10. Don't ask me what that is, I actually don't know. So my spear is 1235 item power. And that tells me, you know, how much my auto attack damage is, how much my DPS is because of attack speed. You know, it gives me all these stats here. And it tells me what those stats are based on that. And so you can increase your item power of this specific spear, right? I'm using just a standard spear right now. So as I level that up to 100 spec, my item power with the spear increases. But also this other spear gives 0.2 bonus to item power for all spears per specialization level. So every single one of these spears, if I level them up, gives me more item power when I'm using this spear. So in order to be really strong and really viable in endgame PvP, you don't just need to get 100 spec on the weapon that you're using. You need to get 100 spec of every weapon of that class. And the same is true of armors, and the same is true of helmets, boots, all that stuff. So it seems really easy to get to endgame because a casual player can get 100 spec in a couple of weeks. But then when you look at, you know, there's nine spears. So if I actually want to be at endgame, I actually need to do that 9 times, which is like 18 weeks. So I think a lot of people get stuck where, you know, they want to get out there, they want to PvP, they want to, you know, feel like they're doing the end game as quick as possible. But they go out too quick, and then they get their crap beat out of them. And it's full loot PvP out in those lethal zones, so they lose all their stuff.
Want to trade?
And then they get mad, and they want to quit. When really... Yeah, you absolutely... So,
Come again.
the way skills work in this game is your skills are based off of the equipment you're using. So this spear gives me 2 choices of skills for my Q. So I can use this lunge strike, or I can use the spirit spear. Right, so I always choose the lunge strike because this one doesn't actually do any damage, it just empowers my basic attacks. And I don't really like that. This gives me, as I level up the specialization here, for all spears, I get the ability to unlock more and more of these W skills. So then I can pick one of these W skills. This one hits a bunch of times for kind of lower damage. I really like this one because it's AoE, and I use the spear a lot for PvE. So I typically use this one, but there's tons of different abilities here. All the spears will share these 2 sets of abilities. The thing that'll be different will be this third ability, this E ability right here, is different depending on which spear you're using. So you pick which spear you're using to determine what your last ability is going to be. And then you have your passive. I choose every auto attack steals 15% of the health the enemy has lost. So this keeps me alive in PvE situations usually. But it's not just your weapon, right? Also, your body armor has an ability. This is your R ability, right? So mine's down here. So this one gives me a burst of gaining health when I deal damage with either an ability or an auto attack. And then I've got my boots. Then I've got my boots down here, and this is usually your sprint skill, and this is usually your F skill. So your sprint skill might have some different things. Mine leaves a trail of frost and slows my enemies. So the spear is a kiting weapon, so I use this to slow enemies down if they start to gap close on me. And then I create a little distance, and then I keep poking them with my spear. And that's like my whole goal, is to just keep a little distance and use my extended reach to hit people. But there's a couple of different types of movement skills. And then I've got passive down here for the boots as well. And then your helmet's the same way. And your cape doesn't have a spell associated with it, but there are special capes that have perks that happen when you meet certain conditions. They have cooldowns that are really long, like 5 or 10 minutes. But sometimes, you know, they'll save you from a CC or something like that. So there's lots of different kinds of capes. And then your offhand is usually just kind of a stat stick. Some weapons are two-handed, and so their stats are naturally higher. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I could absolutely use any weapon that I want with this equipment. And so you're making a build by choosing your armors. And you have to pay attention, because like this is a leather chest. So this naturally has lower base defenses than, say, a plate chest would. Exactly, almost like gear as a weapon also. And you level them up the same way. So if you look down in here, all of your armors also have these same deals. So this is my plate helmet, right? I'm using a plate helmet right now. I'm using the soldier helmet. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 total plate helmets. And they'll get the same bonus to item power that my weapon did if I level them all up. So it's very much just the same system. And so you tier up doing all of that stuff. And, you know, eventually there are people who play this game, who have played this game for a long time, who have everything. Right? Everything's unlocked, and they just make builds all willy-nilly. And they're just like, today I'm going to play this, and today I'm going to play this, and they've got everything all maxed out. And they get maximum IP bonuses. The problem is that those people can fight me anytime I'm around them. So if I go out into the black zone right now, I might run into a couple of people who are kind of weak like me and who I could compete with, but eventually I'm going to run into somebody who's significantly more powerful than me. And they're gonna kick my butt and take all my stuff. But in order to compete with those people, I don't have to get everything. Because each of these individual groupings are their own thing. So, like my shapeshifter staffs don't help my spears. Only spears help spears. So all I have to do is get all of these spears and all of my body armor pieces maxed out, and then I can compete with somebody who has everything. Because I'll have a maxed out spec. Or one build. So all you have to do is just do one little section for weapons, one little section for each armor piece, and you're good to go. But then you have the opportunity to do the rest of them if you want some versatility.
Shall I fix or break that?
It's actually surprisingly easy once you kind of understand how the system works, to get to a point where you can compete with people who have been playing decades even. Nobody's been playing for decades, the game hasn't been out that long, but... So I had one full build before heading into endgame PvP, yes, absolutely. Unless you really, really like dying and losing all your stuff. And having no way to counterplay. There is one type of PvP that has an IP cap, So if you really want to PvP early on, they have hell gates. I think it's hell gates that you can go into, and there's an IP cap. So it's like really low too. It's like 600 or something like that. And so you can go in there with really cheap gear and practice fighting lots of different builds with your build if you want. But if you have full build spec 100% and then go to end game PvP and lose, then what you need to do, yeah, then you need to go make more gear. So this game is a lot about your economy. So right now you can see the estimated market value of the items in my inventory is only 400 silver. But if I hover over this, you can see the estimated market value of my equipment is 1,000,000 silver. So everything up here cost me a total of about 1,000,000 silver. So if I go out into a full black zone PvP, I have the ability to lose 1,000,000 silver, and I will lose it if I die. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person who kills me will gain 1,000,000 silver, because some of my items will do what's called trash, and then they won't be able to get them back, right? They'll just be broken and nobody can use them. So what I need to look at is, if this is the set that I want to go fight in, and it costs me 1,000,000 silver, then I should never go out into the open world PvP where I can lose my stuff unless I have 1,000,000 silver, which I don't have right now. So if I lose this gear set, I cannot rebuy it. And I'll just be out my gear set, and I'll have to go down to like a lower tier. And then I'll have to work my way back up. And you don't ever want to have to go back down to a lower tier, because if you have to go back down to a lower tier, then you're just building back up inefficiently, because you're not killing things as fast, you're not doing that stuff. So what you really want to do is you want to get one max like tier 8 set that you never take into open world PvP. And you never lose, so that you can do PvE stuff with it to gain currency. And then, you know, maybe find like a 5.1 or a 6.1 set once you've gotten all your specs, right? Because most people don't go out into PvP with 8.0 sets, or 8.4 sets, or 8.3 sets. They go out into PvP with like 4.1 or 5.1 because they risk a lot less. And then they look to find people who have already been weakened by a fight and try and kill them. Because it's just economically better. So you're always paying attention to how much silver you have here. This is the premium currency, which you can buy with silver. It doesn't really count here. So you always want to make sure that you can buy back your set. I wouldn't go out into the open world PvP unless I had enough silver to buy maybe 10 of my sets. Right. So as long as you stay, there are 4 colors of zones. So there's blue zones, there's yellow zones, there's red zones, and then way up here in this big continent here, all of these are black zones. So as long as you stay in a blue zone or a yellow zone, these are called non-lethal zones, which means technically when somebody kills you, you just get knocked out and you keep all your stuff. But if you go to a red zone or a black zone, those are known as lethal zones. And if you go in a lethal zone and you get killed, then you quote unquote die and you drop all your gear. You actually drop your whole inventory, except for a few items that can't be dropped. So as long as you stay in the non-lethal zones, you can level forever without losing your stuff. And so that's what I've been doing, is staying in the non-lethal zones, trying to get up to that first 100 spec, so that I can be a little stronger. And then, you know, I'll take like a really low tier set and maybe do some ratting. And ratting is just where you look for people who are way stronger than you, but who have been weakened by another fight. And then you go kill them and take their stuff and make tons of currency off of it. This is an enemy, so right now I'm flagged for faction PvP. and this is a person from another faction. I'm just gonna chase them down and kill them. Although they are trying to get me caught up by some of their allies here. Oh, this person's way weak. Oh, that's another enemy faction there. What the hell? Why are there so many enemy factions out here? What in the tarnation is going on? They're all like working together and stuff. I don't like it. No. I messed up. Nerd. Oh, I messed up again. They're gonna catch me now. You jacked that up, dude. Oh my god. You suck so bad. Get my mount, get my mount, get my mount. Got it. You're wrecked. You suck. I gotta actually go back and buy fish. Yeah, so this is my faction area, right? I'm a member of the faction that has the city right here. So I don't know why there are so many people from other factions running around flagged in my area. But we need to kill those fools. So this is non-lethal PvP though. Right? If I fight those people, I just get faction tokens. I'm pretty good at running away, Quizza. I've exclusively played this game as a solo. And this game is very party-centric. So I've gotten... Why can't I go into my own city? What's going on? Why am I being killed? Let me out. I'm a criminal. Oh, they must not be flagged. So I'm attacking people who aren't flagged. I get it now. I get it now. I've been being a jerk. Oh, is this person gonna fight me? Oh snap. It's on like Donkey Kong. Oh, a couple of them are gonna fight me. What a bunch of nerds, dude. Get frozen. No, he stunned me. Yeah, this person's just gonna stop in front of me. So that's what they do, is they dismount in front of you because it takes a moment for them to be able to actually use their skills. Here we go. This is how I get away. Let me in the mist. Let me in the mist. No. Get frozen. No, he got me. It's just a timer, I think. I didn't realize I got criminal status. I don't even really understand. I don't understand non-lethal PvP because I never really played it. Because up until very recently, I was very like, I want to be the best lethal PvP or no PvP. Freaking gotta risk it for the biscuit because I was just an idiot. And so I don't really understand the non-lethal PvP rules. But it's still fun. I like being able to die and not have to worry about losing my whole setup. I mean, yeah, that probably cost me 50k in repair bills. But 50k is better than a million, so. So every time you get knocked out, like I am right now, your gear takes durability damage. So you have to go repair it. And that does cost money. So now they're just going to wait and gank you? No. They'll probably just let me go. When I come back, I'll have a bubble. And that bubble will mean I can't be damaged for, however long. I think you get like 10 seconds, which is enough time to mount up and run away. So they can't really just sit there and grief you over and over and over again. I could type \die, but then I'd drop all my stuff. And I mean, there's a lot to do in the non-lethal zones. So there's, if you look on here, these outposts can be controlled by the factions. And so there's just this constant war going on amongst the factions you see here. My faction, which is Fort Sterling, which are these flags, have actually come into this zone that's typically owned by Thetford and taken over three of their outposts in this zone and 3 of their outposts up here. So there's just this like constant push-pull war going on, taking over outposts and stuff. So you gotta wait 2 minutes. Yes, you do have to wait a while when you die. It is a little bit obnoxious, and I'm still a criminal. But let me in the city anyway. I really don't understand. I'm honestly kind of okay with the wait timer because it means I can get up and go use the restroom when I die. I die often enough. Consumables, fish. Tier 7. Is there a tier 8 fish? Ooh, there is a tier 8 fish. And it gives you... increase the duration of your crowd control effects by 10% for 30 minutes. That's honestly kind of interesting. What about steel scale fish? Something. Okay. Well, we just want the tier 7 fish then, because we want the healing effect. Buy all those. Buy all those.
Got everything?
Put them in there.
Buying or selling?
Now we can go back out. I'm still flagged for PvP. I am a member of this faction.
Join our righteous cause.
Am I not in this faction?
Darkness.
Let's go to not hostile. Maybe that's the problem, is I haven't been in this faction this whole time. Okay, well we're gonna wait for my criminal status to go away. And then I'm gonna see if I can join this faction, or flag, or whatever. I might actually not be faction flagged, I might just be PvP flagged. I think that's what it is. I am just straight PvP flagged, instead of faction PvP flagged. So I was actually attacking members of my own faction like a jerk. Which explains why it seemed like everybody was on the other team. Really, they were on my team, and I was fighting them. Because I'm a buttface. That's hilarious. So we got 4 minutes here. I gotta use the restroom anyway, so I'm just gonna wait for this timer to run down. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. That's also why I ended up having to sit there and wait like that. When you die like that, in faction PvP, you can just respawn at the nearest outpost owned by your faction. So I shouldn't have actually had a problem. I should have just been able to respawn. But I just didn't realize that I was flagged. Stupid. That's on me. That definitely explains why everybody was just chasing me around, killing me. That's really funny. But you can see in here, you've got these activities buttons. I don't really care about any of this. Oh, solo dungeons are giving plus 20% fame right now. I should definitely be doing solo dungeons. You can go down here to faction warfare, and you can see like how many faction points you've gained. And so as long as you're flagged for faction PvP, when you do anything flagged, even PvE activities, you gain faction stuff. First dude you hit that had Half-Life, yeah, he was from a different faction. And that's why I attacked him. Because his health bar was a different color. I don't care. if you're health or not. If you're from a different faction and you're in my zone, you get attacked. Especially since I thought that that person was flagged for PvP. Because I was stupid. But now we should be able to unflag. So you see my things blinking here, telling me that I'm unflagging. And in order to flag for faction PvP, you actually have to flag here at the person. And now you see instead of the crossed swords, I have my faction icon. And that's why I thought earlier, you know, all these people have the faction icon next to their name. There were people from my faction fighting me, and that's why I was confused earlier. But now we're good. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to actually get some more of these tier 5 dungeons since we get plus 20% fame right now in solo dungeons. Probably best for me to just be in there doing that. That also explains why that person in that solo dungeon was able to attack me too. Man, I'm an idiot. Solo dungeon. Tier 5 solo dungeon. Bye. Tier 5 solo dungeons. Bye. 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 And let's buy these 5 too. Cool.
See you later.
Whoops. It was muted. So that dungeon that I just popped is my dungeon. And it always appears in a zone adjacent to whatever zone you use the item in. And so now I can go right out here. And I can just go in this dungeon. Now, the entrance will stay open for 90 seconds after I go in. So when you're out in lethal zones, because there are solo dungeons of all the different tiers, like tier 8, tier 7, tier 6, and from tier 6 up, they appear in lethal zones, red zones or black zones. So you can do tier 8 zone, or tier 8 solo dungeons out in the black zones, but when you do it, instead of immediately going into the dungeon, you actually stand at the entrance and wait for the 90-second timer to end, so that nobody else will see the entrance and come in after you. And then you go to the dungeon knowing that you're safe, because nobody else will be able to come in. But in PvE zones, it doesn't really matter. Now, I'm faction flagged, so if somebody from another faction came in here, I could kill them. But otherwise, there would just be another person in here with me, and it wouldn't really matter. But this is one of the first things that they introduced into the game that was really solo friendly, were these dungeons. So instead of just having open world mobs and stuff to kill, you could come down in here and do these. And the loot in them used to be like really, really good. It's not so great anymore, but it is still a pretty good source of loot and currency early game. And it also gives, because you're constantly fighting lots and lots of enemies down here, the fame down here is pretty decent. It's not the best loot, and it's not the best fame, but combined for, you know, faming and looting, it's one of the better options. So, you know, later on in the game, when you're no longer need fame and you just need loot, then you'll go to like the Avalonian Roads. Or if you're just trying to fame up new specs and you don't really care about looting, then you go to group dungeons and you just do the group dungeons by yourself. And you get tons of fame that way because the enemies are so much harder. But if you're already at 100 spec, you can go to those fame places and, kill really high tier enemies all by yourself. And you get fame credits. And so you can use your max specs to spec up your lower specs by using fame credits. It works out really good. There's just going to be a couple of bosses and stuff in here. And this guy's got, I think, a blue chest behind him there. So I'm going to kill him and get my chest. That was a little ad there. Let him get me with his big smash move. That hasn't happened to me in a long time. And we open up our chest. We only got 5k. Sad day. But this was just kind of a bonus chest. This isn't the main boss of this dungeon, so we're just going to keep going. Hopefully we get a better chest at the end. The value of the loot in these solo dungeons is it's on a pretty large scale. So you could end up with a solo dungeon that gives you like, 1 million gold or 1 million silver, or you could end up with a solo dungeon that gives you like 10,000. And you just don't really have any way of knowing what it's going to be. So it's a quantity over quality thing. You're just trying to like even out the average. So if you just do one, you might get screwed and you might make almost no currency. But if you do 10, then you'll average out. These cost about 3k. They usually average out to about 30 or 40, I think, with this tier. Maybe a little more. But with the higher tiers, you can easily average like 1 million silver an hour if you're doing them really fast because you've got a really good spec. And you're doing them out there in those in the black zones and the lethal zones, then you can get a lot of currency. But 1 million an hour is sort of your peak for most activities. Gathering, crafting, refining, all that stuff. The people who play this game have just kind of figured out the best way to do most things. And they understand about how long most things take. And so currency has kind of developed a time value. And so basically everything's value is based on what the most efficient player can do. Which is great because it means that it doesn't really matter what you do. You're pretty much always going to be able to make the same amount of currency per time. So if you prefer to do solo dungeons, you can do solo dungeons. If you prefer to do gathering, you can do gathering. If you prefer to do crafting, you can do crafting. And you just spend a little bit of time every day doing those things and building up your economy. And then you spend the rest of your time with your good gear running around killing people and PvPing. Stupid animated books. Stupid animated books. Next floor we go. Sometimes there's only one floor, sometimes there's 2 floors. I think there can be as many as 3 floors in one of these solo dungeons. They also seem to have revamped them and made them more difficult. I've been noticing in some dungeons, they end up with much more difficult to escape trap configurations. No, I got knocked too far back. Another resetting. My life sucks. I need to eat a fish so I can regen my health. Also, eating fish in this game levels up your fishing, which I find absolutely hilarious. Wow, is this gonna have 4 bosses in it? I think it is. Dang. I'm still not gonna get, like, diddly squat. Which is hilarious. Jerk. What a jerk face. Ooh. This one's gonna have fame tomes in it. Really? That's it? Really, game? Farming Sim 25, are you serious? I knew there were lots of farming simulators. I didn't realize there were 25 of them. Or is it for 2025? That makes sense. 2025. I have never played a farming sim game. Mostly because I grew up on a farm. So, I won't, I don't know, don't feel the need, I guess. Maybe. I imagine it probably doesn't follow the same rules as a regular farm. It is a video game. Alright. Time for the boss.
I am your death.
I forgot how this boss does their pattern. I think I got it now, though.
I will gut you. Gut you.
Nice. Ooh, it's a purple chest. I thought it was going to be a blue one. Give me something good. 41k is not bad. Mostly from this axe, I assume. Not. I mean, about half from the axe, but still. Farm any way you like. That's not how any of this works. My goodness, leveling up a first spec sucks. Why did I delete all my characters? What was I thinking? I paid 3k for the dungeon? About. It's 27k for 9 of them, so a little over 3k. I made like 50. Which is pretty good. Let me just go do another one. Finish the solo dungeon of every faction. Ooh. Nice. And then that gave me another 20,000 silver. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? do I get up at? Holy crap. Can I please just go in my dungeon? And away we go. Time to kill some heretics. All right. These little pools are little buffs that you can get down in these dungeons. They don't last a really long time. This one's going to increase my weapon damage. That's nice. Let me get through some of these enemies a little quicker. For a little while. Got my daily tome of insight. Alright, little boss here. Only gonna have a little green chest. Which is unfortunate. Would like to see a nice big blue chest here. But oh well. Almost 4K in there, that's nice. Silly little rats running around, squeaking. Don't have anything to say, so I'm gonna hum into the microphone. I was just thinking, actually, about how, honestly, all of these PvP MMO games probably have a lot to do, or are coming out a lot because of streaming and content creation. Because while doing these dungeons isn't necessarily unfun, it is unfun for streaming. And so as a person who's over here streaming, what I really want to do, what I think would probably bring in the most viewers, would be to be out in a PvP zone PvPing. And I think, honestly, that probably has a lot to do with the prevalence of PvP MMO games today. Because, honestly, if you chase the streamer audience for your games, or if you chase the streamers with your games and try and do things that the streamers are going to want to play, then you're going to end up with quite a few players, because a lot of players play games that their favorite streamers watch. Because they don't want to, research or whatever. It's just easier to say, okay, well, this person plays games that I like, so I'm going to play the games that they play if I need a new game. And so you end up pulling in a lot of players that way without really having to do a lot of marketing or anything like that outside of just getting some streamers hyped about it. And so honestly, that's probably a bad thing, because games are supposed to be kind of relaxing. But if you start playing or start building games so that the streamer community has something entertaining to play, then you start producing games that are much more action-packed, much more often. And that's not necessarily what the average person is expecting out of a game or even wanting out of a game. Right? Most people are looking to slow down, wind down, relax a little bit before going to bed or whatever. Which might account for why so many people don't really like PvP MMOs, but why they still have a niche. Because they are definitely more fun to watch than super repetitive, grindy PvE content like this. Zap. We zapped him. Zap. Oops. I didn't have my skill available like I thought I did. I got stunned. I think that's probably just a blue chest there. That's too bad. I got to fill up my energy before the fight started. And we got our blue chest. With almost 10k in it. Very nice. Suddenly I am so tired. What's going on here? Only 6 o'clock. You know what? Let's go in the mists. Let's maybe find some people to kill. Ooh. We're gonna have to exit the game in 30 minutes. Got my mount. I was just gonna leave that fool sitting there. Really? A green chest? Where's my purple chests? Okay, well that one was worth like 15k. That's fine. It's pretty good for a green chest. So gave me some extra fame totems for myself. Tomes. Dum-dum. What do we got here? About 85k, wow. I can't believe there's about 85k in my... Ooh. Ooh. There it is. Jeez. Why was it so hard to find? Nice, it brought me in right next to one of the doubles. There's 2 rewards up here. killing the same enemies, although there are more enemies. But still, totally worth. Come here. Level 67 Spear Fighter. Just 33 more levels and I can finally wear tier 8 gear. I'm gonna start really getting some good tier 8 gear. Gonna try and go all the way up to 8.3. The whole big set. And then just farm my booty off for fame credits. I really do love Nightfall Abbey. Easily some of the best content. I wish I could just come in here without having to go through the mists. The mists are fun, but I'd prefer just to come straight to Nightfall Abbey. Although I guess there is other content in the game that is similar to this. The Hellgates, I think. They're full loot PvP. Which, I mean, isn't bad, I guess, but... I mean, they are IP capped, I believe. Maybe I should consider going into those. Might be a good way to get some PvP in. And another double reward. Wonder if there's anybody else in here who I might be able to fight. Give me a chest. You suck. Just want a chest. Ooh, nice. I like that actually. Yeah. Ain't really no point in having all that other stuff up there. Don't really use it. Now I can see the edge of my screen better. For when people come to try and kill me out here. like that a lot. Who needs a stinking UI? The only thing that I wish is that I could choose what elements, because I would still like to have the things that tell me when my cooldowns are done. That'd make me pretty happy. But other than that, I think I'm good. Maybe also my health bar would be nice. Like, I wish the UI elements above enemy heads didn't disappear with the rest of it. But whatever. It's good enough. Ooh, a treasure chest. And it's going to open in 55 seconds. "15 seconds. And nobody's coming. Ooh, and it's a blue one. 34K worth. Nice. Very, very nice. Oops. Ooh, a chest. Nice. It's only a green one. But that's an extra 3K. I Really wish I was getting more chests. It's a little disappointing. No, give me a friggin' chest. I hate you, game. I hate you so much. Where's the other double reward here? Is it down this way? Yeah, it's right over there. Okay. Nice. Nope, we've only got 5 minutes left down here before it spits us out. Alright, at the very least we'll get this double. Maybe we'll get one more. We've managed to go halfway around, which is pretty great. I'm really surprised we haven't seen another person. We're getting into prime time here. It's 6:30. So most of the people, at least on the West Coast, should be home by now. I'm shocked that this is the point at which I've started seeing fewer people, it seems like. Ooh, another chest. I believe it's rounding down these stairs, though. Ooh, it's a purple chest. Ooh. Give me a tier 8 piece. 31k, not bad. It is a little to have not gotten more. But we're gonna go over here and get this double again. Can't believe it, I've almost gotten all the doubles I know of. I haven't found a single one of the big chests yet. Why? Hey, a green chest. Nice. Can I get one more double? Maybe? I gotta book it. think there's one right in here. Right over here, yeah. And it looks like it's still here. I think I might have been the only person in here, like, the entire time. I mean, I guess that's not true because the chest that was down here that I didn't go for is gone. So somebody picked it up. Oop. Darn, no more chests. I'm just gonna wait for it to kick me out. Because I don't want to go into another wisp. Level 69 on my shield mastered. What's up? What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? Boom, boom. Kick me out. No big deal. We're gonna put you all on a black screen for just a second here. While I log out. And close application. Once I get this started loading in again, I'm gonna go snag me up some more caffeine. Starting to get a little sleepy. Alright, I'll be right back. All right, we back. Get entered in this world here. Turn that bad boy back on. And away we go. Do I have another mist over here maybe that I could go in? Ooh, these are the corrupted dungeons. I believe Hunter tier is... Yes, PvP results in knockdown. Required item power caps out at 800. Item power caps out at 900 for Stalker, but PvP results in death. Ooh, interesting. And then Slayer caps out at 1200. Oh, wow. Okay. You know, I'm gonna do some corrupted dungeon stuff. Let's go in here. This just results in a knockdown. It's gonna cap me at 800. But I can definitely get 900 item power with some relatively low tier gear. And then come in here. Ooh. Something's going wrong with my network connection right now. Everything's all fuzzy. Oops. Goodness. I can't see squat right now. Can y'all see anything? It actually looks way better on my preview than it does on my actual screen. I don't even know what's going on. There we go. So there's like supposed to be some stuff you can do in here. Like I think there's supposed to be some chests or something, or I don't even honestly really understand what you're supposed to do in the corrupted dungeons. But you do those things, and sometimes you get invaded by other players. And if you get invaded by another player, then you fight. So it's like a solo dungeon with the possibility for an invade. Which is pretty cool. Why is it lagging out so bad, though? Let's see, squat. Well, it's over here in this little orb. Okay, there's like a boss thing over here. Oof. Almost got killed. Then I get a blue chest here. What comes in this? Basically nothing. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Also, why am I so lagged out? It's so grainy I can't even read that. Combat enemies gain infamy and provoke the demons into showing itself. Rewards gained within the dungeon increase with the higher infamy. Once slain, the demon opens a portal to another dungeon, allowing you to continue for further rewards or invade others. Additionally, you can use the demonic shrine to invade another player, defeat the involved player, the invaded player to receive a portion of their dungeon loot as a reward. Invaders can be banished by destroying multiple demonic shards. Okay, cool, cool. So gain infamy, invade people. Sounds like fun. Except for the fact that it's all lagged out and I can't see squat. It appears like I gain infamy for pretty much everything I kill in here. Once I hit 100, the boss should show up. But that wasn't even the boss that I just killed. It's really too bad that the thing keeps going super grainy on me. Because these corrupted dungeons actually look kind of cool. But I can't see squat. I can't see, I can't keep doing them. Because that's not going to be entertaining to watch. Oh, hey, and then there's the boss. Alright, well, we just go back the way we came here. And right down this way, maybe? Or maybe not. Here we are. Well, that was painful. Oop, got him. So good at this game. Open up the chest, get another 5k, and then we can surface, we can go to next dungeon. Oh, so I have a chance to invade. Okay, well, we're going back to the surface. So you can just continue down over and over and over again. But because I was having such a problem with my visual quality there, I'm not going to keep doing that. It also wasn't terribly lucrative. I mean, I was doing the easiest version. Maybe one day we'll do the 1200 when we can use like much lower tier gear and still get to 1200. All right, let's get back into the mists here. What am I doing? I don't need to run around on foot. Break out my horse. Well, my saber cat. Please, can I get up here? Thank you. Thank you, game. Okay. Oh, nice. There's an abbey right here next to me. Downton Abbey. Not really, though. Nice blue chest. 12k. Booyah. We're down to 261k here. I've been selling nearly as much stuff. I've been using up a lot of currency with my satchel. Getting lots of extra fame, which is great. I want to go back this way and get this one before I move forward in my path. What do we get here? Unclaimed rewards, defeat the final boss in the corruption. Ooh, nice. That right there is motivation enough to maybe keep doing those. Give me a chest. I want it. Level 70. Ooh, a chest. Oh, a green one. Womp, 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 wow. Ooh. Green one with 27k in it. No more womp, womp, wow. I'm pretty much staying pretty even in currency. I haven't really been losing currency as long as I can get most of everything in my inventory sold. I should stay right around the 300 to 400k mark. Which is great because I am using that satchel. So this satchel here, whenever I have it turned on, which I believe it is turned on right now, increases your combat fame gained by 44%, but each extra point of fame you gain consumes a silver. So I'm spending silver to gain extra combat fame. And I am getting more combat fame than these guys are dropping silver. Which is great, but it does mean that my profits from, you know, gear and stuff like that that drops is pretty much all being eaten up by my satchel. But that's cool. We just keep going about this, keep killing everything, keep gaining that extra combat fame, and that will help me speed up my progress. And then we'll need to... So the problem is that the best way to gain fame is not the best way to gain currency. So you want to be using a satchel when you're gaining fame. But one of the things I'm going to have to do is actually increase or get a way to earn some currency. Probably the way I'm going to end up doing that is by doing higher tier dungeons out in the black zone with lower tier equipment, or maybe taking some lower tier equipment into black zone mists and using that to gain currency, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to choose to do. I like solo dungeons. I especially like the tier 7.1 or 8 solo dungeons. They have a really good return on investment. Like I said, I usually earn pretty close to 1 million silver an hour doing those, which is pretty good. But one of the other options is to just do a lot of gathering. Or just getting a single gathering up to tier 8 could be enough to make me, 1 million silver an hour or more. So it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, getting the gatherings up are pretty incredibly boring Eat a fishy. Yeah, these trains are starting to get on my nerves. I feel like they've just been all the time lately. Give me a chest. You suck. Ooh, there's a chest. Got another 2 minutes here. Let's go check it out. Let's see if I go through here, I can come out right there. Need to get better at dodging those leap strikes. I shouldn't have been getting stunned by that person. Should not have been getting stunned by that person at all. Actually, you know what? I need to leave and go back to the city and sell all my stuffs. Starting to get a little low here. Need to boost that income a little bit. Gaining currency in this game is really just a long process. You have to wait until you hit your big spikes. For a lot of the game, you won't feel like you're making progress. And that's because you tend to make very sustained currency in this game. And you tend to sell or spend currency at a pretty sustained rate, especially if you're using the satchel to increase your fame. And so when you do that, you just don't feel like you're going anywhere, even though you're constantly going up and down in your currency. It doesn't feel like you're making any progress. And then you'll hit a minute like I did, where I hit that 10.0 item, or 8.0 item earlier, and made 700k. Just bam. And that allowed me to move straight into all my 6.2 gear, which was great. Now, you know, I'm much, much stronger, so I'm going through content faster, so hopefully I'll hit another good item sooner. But, you know, when you're just doing the regular stuff, you're always getting some of this stuff. It's all, you know, 20k or whatever. And it feels like you're just kind of spinning your wheels. So this is a group dungeon map. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna sell all this stuff. And then we'll do some sell orders for these items. Okay.
Made a profit?
And then we get another 4k here. Inside tomes. Perfect.
Don't be shy. My pleasure.
I'm just gonna run over to our storage here real quick. Drop off these tokens for whatever they do. Don't even know. All right. I'm gonna take a minute here, just go see if anything interesting is happening with any of the video games that I play or that I'm keeping track of. Nothing interesting going on. Back to grinding.
Follow our lead.
Gotta get flagged up, just in case. You never know. Somebody from the enemy team might be there. And I have to shoot them in the face. Oop, killed him. I like these exploding enemies that I don't actually have to do anything to, and they just kill themselves. It's great. For a second there, I thought there was a way to go back there and that I missed it. Sometimes I'm not paying super close attention. Ooh, level 71. At least I'll be to a point where I can use tier 8 gear. Really soon. Nope. That'll be nice. Then I'll start working my way up to a good 8.3 set. The most important thing will just be to have a really good weapon, because it's not like I'm gonna die in lower tier content. Although, I might actually die in the group dungeons. But if I get a nice 8.1 sword or spear, 8.3 spear, then I should be good to get some other stuff going. And currency a little faster. Load. 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 Kill this guy. Oops. Got him. Oops, I was muted again. Whoopsie. Learning point reached. And the last boss. Ooh. Ooh, it's a legendary chest. Nice. These bosses that guard these legendary chests are pretty hard, though. Although I am super overgeared for this tier. pretty sure this is the one that covers himself, like wreaths himself in fire and chases you around, just killing you. But it's possible it's not. Oh, it is. Got him. Now we get to open our legendary chest. Wonder what I get. 82,000. Nice. Hey, we got another satchel. Good deal. My first legendary on this character. Very exciting. In higher tier dungeons, that could have been worth millions of currency. How much does it cost to teleport back? Okay, I'll just run. Don't need to spend 8k teleporting when I can just run back. No matter how much I don't want to traverse this zone again. Hmm.
Welcome, friend.
Still all these. So I don't feel like doing the effort of putting them on sell orders. Get 2,200 out of that. 1,400 out of that. 10k out of that. So 22k, not 2,200. Let's sell that. Let's sell that. And another 6k there. Nice. So I have tons of orders up right now. Overall, I probably have a couple 100k in here.
See you later.
Sometimes it just takes time for things to get sold. But not a problem. Ultimately, when you're doing these sell orders, and you've got all these sell orders up in here, you know, prices fluctuate up and down quite a bit. Week to week, even month to month. So sometimes these things can be sitting in here for a really long time before they finally get sold, but most stuff does eventually get sold. So unless you really, really need the currency, it really is best just to leave it if it's not selling, because the likelihood of the price going back up to where it was is pretty good. Unless you got it at a really weird time, and it was just way, way out of proportion good, or if there's a nerf or something like that. So just leaving this stuff in here on these sell orders, you know, they're going to be there for a month. That's fine. And eventually they'll probably get sold. And so I don't have to worry about, you know, redoing all those orders. And that's just kind of this nice steady flow of income for me. Like this might not get sold because this is actually pretty high. So there's 3 of these in here that may not get sold and may end up having to be redone. But yeah, we'll see. But you just leave that stuff in there and then you get a nice steady stream of currency coming in. And the longer you keep playing, the more that stream works. But that's probably going to be it for me today. I think, well, I'm playing Albion. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do somewhere between 6 and 7 hours of, grinding fame and doing PvP and stuff like that during the day. And then probably later tonight, maybe in 4 or 5 hours, at about midnight-ish my time, I'm going to actually jump on and stream again and do just like a late night gather session and just spend, 3 or 4 hours running in circles, gathering up materials and stuff like that. This sounds like fun to me, because I need to level up my gatherings, and I don't really want to be playing if I'm not streaming. So that seems like a nice, chill, late night thing to do. We're going to give that a shot. So thanks everybody who came out. Thanks for being active in the chat. Yeah, we'll definitely be back on at our regular time tomorrow, which will be 11 a.m. Pacific time. And yeah, so I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all